After watching Ellis Mark's video where he watched all 700 episodes of The Simpsons, I figured I could do the same thing, but instead of tackling the same show, I figured I could tackle The Simpsons' greatest rival, Family Guy. Family Guy is one of the greatest shows I watched as a kid. I remember watching that, The Simpsons, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, and South Park. But much like its rival, it hit seasonal rot really hard. And its seasonal rot is very painful to watch. It's outright abysmal, man. So to save Ellis Mark from suffering that, I figured I'll tackle it for him. Wow, it's time to sit through a bunch of unfunny cutaway gags because I'm watching all 359 episodes of Family Guy from seasons 1 to 19. Whew, let's do it.
Laugh and cry.
The first episode in the series, and I gotta say, it's a great first impression. In this episode, Peter ends up losing his job after drinking too much at a stag party, and he ends up signing up for welfare, but he gets too much money as a result, and instead of bringing it back, he decides to keep it. The characters do a great job of leaving a lasting impact on you. Sure, they're Simpsons knockoffs, but they add their own blend of charm. Peter is a bumbling idiot that means well and loves his family. Brian acts as the voice of reason and man's best friend. Chris and Meg were normal teenagers. Lois, a caring, understanding wife and loving mother. And Stewie, a psychopathic baby. And the humor was funny as hell. Yeah, there were a lot of cutaway gags, but at the same time, they didn't really last too long. But at the same time, it was pretty funny. So yeah, a good first introduction to the series, and it kept my interest. In this episode, Peter knocks out the satellite dish, and as a result, all of Quahog is without cable. He puts the blame on Meg. Yeah, Father of the Year, am I right? While that's going on, there's a side plot of Stewie trying to destroy broccoli and using the satellite dish that Peter brings home. The reason why I always had bitter memories towards this episode was that Peter really pins the blame on Meg, and Meg gets abused for it. Not season 10 onward, but standard stuff that can kind of fly under the radar. It's not really as horrible. And also, I think this is where the pop culture references started to kick in because they make fun of the Wizard of Oz and ships. And also, the whole reason why Meg takes the fall is because she wants to drive. That's kind of relatable, but even then, you shouldn't have to take the fall for your dad. But what kind of fixes it up a little bit was that Peter does spend time with his family. They go outside, they're active when the TV's knocked out. But of course, they revert back to the status quo. Yeah, that's kind of what's going to ruin it for me is the status quo is God. That kind of ruins it for me. Like, you could have had some aspects in there, but I guess not. It's Stewie's birthday party, and Lois has plans for the party, but Peter ends up ruining it, so he has to brainstorm on how he's going to fix it. There are two side plots. Meg tries her best to be accepted to her peers. It turns out to be a secret cult. Okay, that part is pretty funny. And Stewie tries to run away from home because he thinks he's going to be placed back into Willis's room. The side plots are not really as strong, if I'm completely honest. But I will admit I do like the messages for Stewie's plot. The message is that you shouldn't run away from your problems and you should face them head on. And for Meg's plot, you should always spend time with your family. Because she immediately went over to the cult instead of spending time with the family for Stewie's birthday. That's a lovely message too. So after Peter punches a woman, yeah, that's a woman. I'm gonna try to not say anything that'll get me canceled. So he's placed under house arrest as a result. So he decides to make his own bar in the basement. Because she's constantly cleaning, taking care of the kids, Lois ends up going down there and singing to relieve some stress. Well, there's a side plot of Stewie's plot where he's teething and he decides to make a time machine. And the episode itself is actually pretty enjoyable, and we actually get some characterization out of Lois. She's not just a stereotypical woman that stays in the house and cleans in the kitchen. No. You actually get some layers from her. Like, for example, she wants to be appreciated by Peter, and she just wants some recognition for once. Yeah, he's kind of an idiot, not gonna lie. He's an idiot in this episode. It's the ending where he actually realizes he's gonna help around the house, he's gonna be there for his wife. But then Stewie had to fuck it up by making a time machine, because that time machine pretty much undoes all the character development, and then status quo is God. In this episode, we get introduced to Joe and Bonnie, and I gotta say, Joe's a great character. He gave us one of the most badass moments in the entire series. He fought the Grinch. That scene is still awesome today. The problem is that it gets retconned, but we'll talk about that later, don't worry. In this episode, it focuses on Peter bringing Joe in for his baseball team, and as a result, he becomes jealous because the attention is being placed more on Joe and not him. So he decides to get himself in danger so that he can prove that he's the hero to his family and everybody else. There's also a side plot of Stewie trying to get Joe's chair because he thinks he's a cyborg, but it doesn't really impact the plot. Yeah, it's kind of formulaic, but I still really enjoy it because it introduced one of the best characters in the series. Not to mention it does have a nice resolution with the family, that you don't have to do crazy shit in order to prove to your family that you're something. They're always going to love you regardless. Yeah, wish that would apply to all families. Okay, if I'm completely honest, this episode is probably going to be ranked lower because I find this episode to being pretty boring. After getting kicked out the Scouts, Peter and the rest of the family decide to go to New York, but they end up crashing at a casino, and then Peter has to prove that he's a native. This whole episode is boring because essentially what Chris wants to do is draw. That's it. That's all he wants to do. He just wants to draw, and Peter thinks that he wants to be placed back into the Scouts. It's one of those episodes where, again, the father doesn't listen, and the kid tries to talk to him, and then blah, 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 blah. It's so annoying. And also, this whole casino thing, it reminded me a lot of that Simpsons episode where there was a casino in their family, and then Marge kept gambling. That episode was good. Anyway, this episode is pretty boring. I do like the ending where Peter actually accepts his son for his drawing talent. Too bad that doesn't come up later in this. I'm sorry. Pretty lackluster episode that I didn't really enjoy all that much. Moving on. In this episode, Brian leaves the family because he was berated at a dog show. The plot kind of reminds me a lot of Ted 2. Remember that movie? Where Ted wanted to prove that he was much more than a stuffed toy? It's pretty much the exact same plot, except this one's done a lot better. The reason why I like this episode is because, again, another episode where we add layers to the character, and that's great. And I also had some background to him. It turns out that he was a stray before he met the family, and he's lived a happier life since. And it makes sense that Brian will be upset about this because he always thought he was more different compared to the other dogs. He's smarter, he can talk, and he's voice of reason. That's great. That's a great character. This episode is pretty good. It has a nice ending, which is something I appreciated. So yeah, a great first season. I really enjoyed myself with this one. It really takes me back as a kid. Really takes me back. When I was a little kid, when I would sneak into my parents' room and I would turn on the TV, I don't care how loud because they had earplugs in, I would just be laughing my ass off. Too bad I would annoy the neighbors though. Yeah, too bad. But still, a pretty great season that would introduce us to some of the best characters in animation. The cutaway gags, while hit and miss, were mostly miss, and the animation's still charming. And that's because the animation has a lot more care and expression to it. The modern season's animation looks absolutely like a train wreck. But a good season overall. Yes! Done, and done. How many seasons now? I hate this show so much. After Lois's grandmother dies, Peter and the rest of the family inherit a mansion in Newport. Because Peter was never born into royalty and he's not really that rich, he decides to change himself up with the help of Brian. I do like this episode because it gives us a little background to how Lois and Peter met. It was because of her aunt they met, because Peter was a towel boy. And also we get introduced to Mr. and Mrs. Peterschmidt, Lois's parents. And yeah, this episode is great. We even get our first musical number. I like it too. And also, this episode kind of feels insignificant because, Family Guy likes to retcon shit. So, yeah. This episode's still a goodie as long as you don't watch the episodes where it retcons their, how they met. I'll point them out later, but overall, a good episode. This is the episode that introduced Peter's dad and a cameo from his mom. After his father retires, Peter invites his dad to stay over at the Griffin household. I remember not liking this episode as a kid, and looking back, I can definitely see why. Francis himself is not a good character. He is not likable in any sense of the word. I get that he's the hardworking dad and he's religious and he doesn't approve of his son's lifestyle, but even then you gotta give us something to like about him. For God's sake, he took over Peter's work environment and he decides to fire him when his son told him that he doesn't like what he's doing. And yeah, Francis does come around in the end where he says he loves his son, he just doesn't like him. But still, not a good episode. We had to deal with a bunch of unpleasantness from Francis being an absent father and not caring about his son. So yeah, this episode ranks pretty low, and it's easily my least favorite of the season. In this episode, we got introduced to our first chicken fight. Pretty good, and it's not overly gruesome or graphic, but it's good. And also, the episode itself is fine. So Peter thinks that the world is going to end, and lo and behold, it turns out the world is ending. The big kaboom, as the episode is titled. And they decide to leave Quahog because there's no food, and basically it's dangerous over there. So they go to a new place. And a lot of crazy shit happens, to the point where it could be Aqua Teen Hunger Force levels of insanity. And it turns out at the end it was actually a dream by a celebrity that I don't know who that is. Yeah, that's kind of the issue with Family Guy. They like throwing in random celebrities that most likely their 14-year-old audience isn't going to get. So, yeah, there was that. But overall, a great episode. This is the episode that cemented Brian's love for Lois. Throughout the episode, Brian comes to the realization that he's in love with Lois, and he tries to confront this head on. And the reason why this whole thing started was because he kept peeing on the carpet, and he ended up framing Stewie for it, and Stewie tries to get him back for it. The biggest issue I have with this episode is the fact that at the ending, they're supposedly friends, right? So why is it that every episode after this one, Brian is trying to get with Lois? Why? I don't get it. I thought they were supposed to be friends, but then you have episodes where Brian is trying to do some questionable things that is not advertiser friendly to say. Why? The episode in itself is strong, as it does come to, conclusion that Brian and Lois are friends. I do like it, but every episode after this one where he tries to get with Lois, it just makes this episode feel insignificant. This might be one of the only times we actually see the Griffins and their neighbors act like friends and not enemies. Because I feel like in the later seasons, they're enemies. They don't care about each other anymore. So in this episode, after Peter and the neighbors win a little trophy for a float, it ends up going missing. So as a result, their friendship breaks apart. And there's a side plot of Meg using Stewie so that she can get a $1,000 bag by saying that he eats dog food and whatnot. I do like this episode, as we do see the neighbors actually interact like friends and they come together in the end. That was good. And also, yeah, Meg is a bit of a bitch by basically using Stewie so that she can get a fucking bag. Really? I mean, yeah, we kids do crazy shit for money, but really? But luckily she does get her comeuppance in the end, so yeah. I do like the ending where it turns out that Brian stole the trophy. That's a good one. Overall, a great episode. This is another episode that introduced some of the best characters in the series. Well, it can be debatable, as some people don't like this character I'm naming. Dr. Hartman and Death, two of the most hilarious characters in the show. The plot is focused on Peter faking his death on his insurance form just so he doesn't have to pay for it, basically. And Death comes by, he tries to take Peter, but he ends up breaking his ankle, so he has to stay at the Griffin household for a bit until it heals up. I love this episode for a number of reasons. It's funny, it's hilarious, it has one of the best characters in the show in there, Death, and overall it's just a fun, pleasant experience. I could quote this episode line for line if I could, but not now, because I know this video is going to be like 6 hours long, so I'm not going to drag it out. But overall, a good episode. A funny-ass episode. You owe it to yourself to watch this one. It's a theater play episode, and I don't remember it that well. Mainly because this episode's boring. So Lois wants to start her own theater play, and Peter ends up ruining it, taking it over, and making it into his own little thing. And he even wins at the end. You know, this only thing would work if Peter actually got repercussions, and he didn't actually end up winning in the end. It kind of ruins it. I don't know. So yeah, that episode, boring. I don't like it, and I don't recommend you watch it either. After making a sexual joke towards a female coworker, yeah, you do that nowadays, your ass is gonna get canned. Peter ends up taking a feminine training class, basically to bring in his feminine side. So I do like the episode, and it does have a little bit of commentary. I do like it. This is a good episode. After telling a lie to get his favorite show back in the air, the Griffin household ends up getting worshipped, and then God gets pissed off at them. I wouldn't say this episode is really that memorable. I mean, the only thing I remember of it was that Peter wanted Gumball to get back on the air, so he uses Chris, and then they get worshipped, as I said in the description. Not really one of the more memorable episodes, but I do think it's decent. It's not really that funny, which is weird because it has some funny bits, but overall, not really that hilarious. A decent one. Peter and Lois fight against each other for an election at the school board. There's a whole election going on, and they're fighting each other. I find this one very weird. Why does Peter want to go against Lois on the school board? He doesn't care about school. But there's also a side plot that is pretty funny. The side plot of Stewie missing Lois. I find it funny. And there's another side plot of Chris discovering pornography. But luckily, these two plots kind of connect with the main plot. But overall, a pretty average episode. After running into an old classmate from high school, Peter starts to feel like he hasn't done anything with his life. So after putting up a picture for his window, an artist from New York decides to take the picture and put it into the museum. So Chris and the rest of the family go to New York. It's one of those episodes where they try making Chris become more of a character, because to be honest, he's always been one of the weaker characters. I do like it for the most part, and it kind of shows some connections between me and him that were actually artists. That's pretty nice. And it's kind of predictable with the guy basically saying, listen, you can't spend time with your father, you gotta focus on your craft. And it's kind of predictable, but at least the heart is still there. I give it credit for. This is the episode where Adam West is introduced. Rest in peace. To show how embarrassing her family is, she takes them on one of those, those TV shows where they try to expose how toxic a relationship, Jerry Springer shows, whatever they're called. And after a guy seeing how crazy and dysfunctional they are, they decide to give them their own show. And I do love it. I love this episode. Has every fucking quotable line in there. It's just so hilarious. It's a fan favorite of mine. I know some people say it's not that great, but I don't care. I love it. And it also has a heartwarming moment at the end, where Meg comes to the realization that even if your family is embarrassing, they still love you at the end of the day. Hands down, best episode in the entire series. I know I said the last one was the best, but this one, Road to Rhode Island, tops it. In this episode, Brian feels depressed and he's feeling like he's stuck in his own life. So he decides to go pick up Stewie from the Peter Schmidts, and after a few mishaps, Brian decides that he wants to go meet his mom so that he can make amends. There's also a side plot of Peter and Lois trying to rekindle their marriage, and with a tape that doesn't really do that. Wow, that's the oh man. But overall, a fantastic episode. Because of this episode alone, we got a whole mini series called Road to, which basically Brian and Stewie going on a Road to quest. Every single episode has been a hit, except for one, but we'll get to that later. But overall, a fan favorite episode that you guys need to watch. In this episode, Peter ends up infiltrating a high school because of a toad licking craze. I like this episode as well. Another good musical number in this one. We actually see Peter go to school. We actually see him actually doing something good and not being a selfish prick, which is something I like this episode for. Yeah, there is a little plot in there with Meg kind of getting with her father just so she can go to the dance with him. Wasn't really a big fan of that part because I felt like it kind of weighed it down. And it's also Peter kind of, reconnecting with his teenage years. But overall, a good episode. Because he can't interact well with the other kids, Stewie ends up going to a daycare, and because of this, Lois ends up taking a job at an airline. This is the first time Lois actually takes up a job, and she ends up doing airline twice, if memory serves well. I think the episode is fine, nothing too special. Stewie ends up falling in love with a girl named Janet, and it turns out that Janet loves Stewie just because of the cookies. Insert Juice WRLD song here. Anyway, a good episode. Didn't really do much for me. It wasn't really that funny, but I felt like it was pretty decent. The side plot was a lot weaker compared to the main plot, but I still, it's average. In this episode, Peter ends up working with the mob so that Lois can get a car. Peter ends up befriending a man called Big Fat Polly, and because Lois doesn't trust him, he decides to get her killed. Another weak episode that I don't really remember all that much. It's kind of like a spoof on mafia movies like The Godfather. Nothing that mind-blowing about this one. Kind of a weak episode. Because he's ashamed of his weight, Chris decides to exercise with the help of Peter. But unfortunately for him, Peter ends up signing up for plastic surgery and liposuction and pretty much makes him a jerk. Stewie ends up becoming fat because he tries to make fun of Chris. An overall good episode and a good message that you should always accept your body regardless of who you are. And if you want to change it, good for you. It's a good episode and I really enjoy it. I remember this episode purely because Jasper was in a cutaway gag in this one. And I think this was his first appearance. Other than that, this episode was pretty decent. So Peter wants to make a pool in his backyard, but after going to meet the mayor, he realizes that he's not even on the map. So he decides to make his own utopia, which pretty much leads him to thinking he can do whatever he wants and he can't follow the law and whatnot. It's one of those episodes where Peter acts like a selfish jerk. Well, not a selfish jerk, but acts like an idiot that feels like he doesn't need to obey the law, basically. But overall, I still find it to being a pretty good episode. In this episode, Meg joined a club so that she can enter a college, because when you go to college, you gotta make sure you're in all these activities. Ugh, blow me. So she ends up writing stories. There's a side plot of Stewie possessing Chris's mind so that he can fix his height problem. The story itself is pretty fun, especially when Peter writes a story about how Luke Perry is gay. Classic. Overall, it's a great episode. I remember having fondness over this episode because it parodied Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. For like the first half, it kind of kills time, but at the same time, it's entertaining. And we eventually get to the plot where Lois is trying to win a piano contest. So, yeah, this episode is pretty good. I really like it for its parody, and also, I kind of also have bitter memories towards this one because Lois really forcibly has Peter drink a lot of alcohol, killing whatever brain cells he had left. Yeah, it's kind of fucked, but it was entertaining, and it does have a heartwarming ending where they actually do win. In this episode, Peter literally gives up his son just because he wants to hang out with Cleveland Jr. And there's also a side plot of Stewie fucking up Brian's book, so he decides to get back at him. This episode, if this show ended off with this note, I would be pretty insulted. Because the fact that Peter literally gives up his own flesh and blood just to hang out with another kid, that's a little too far in my opinion. I mean, sure, Peter has done stupid shit up to that point, like blame his kids, but he would never really give up his kids for another kid. He always liked spending time with his children in his own little way. So yeah, this episode's not really that good, and especially the side plot is basically just kind of torturing Stewie. I mean, what can you do? Kind of like with the first season, it was great. It was a good season. Has a lot of good moments, has a lot of not so great moments, but overall a good season. So here's the ranking. Because Brian feels like he's stuck in his own life, he decides to join the police force at the airport. But as a result, he starts taking drugs and he starts obviously having his downfall like every other celebrity before him. So he ends up going to rehab to get himself clean. There's also a side plot of Peter and the gang trying to find out what they're going to do for a vacation. I like this episode because we see Brian trying to fix himself up, and he actually tries to do something productive with his life, like joining the police force. And I like this episode purely because it has this one joke that I remember to this day. Basically, Peter tries to make up a name for himself because he's not even supposed to be in rehab. So he says, P. Cheer Griffin. Yeah, that's it. Peter Griffin. Oh, crap. I could quote this episode line for line. And it would be this joke that would be referenced in The Amazing World of Gumball. Yeah, I just noticed that just now. And I do like it for its ending because Brian actually leaves home and he actually tries to do something productive with his life. So, we enter to the next episode. In this episode, after leaving his family, Brian ends up becoming a corn star director. I like this episode because, again, we see what Brian's been doing, and we also see the family trying to visit him, because they're supportive as ever. They're not vindictive douchebags. That's another thing I do like. The family is in character in this episode, and they're actually supporting Brian, and they're not making snart-eyed remarks. And Brian actually had a sense of accomplishment in this episode. He actually gets an award for his movie. That's good. I do like that a whole lot. After Peter gets promoted, he ends up promoting cigarettes to children without knowing it, because there's this evil corporation that manipulates him and his family. Yeah, it's a very predictable episode where Peter acts like an idiot, not noticing that he's being used, and Lois tries to speak some sense into him, but she ends up being manipulated as well, up until she sees Stewie smoking. I do like it for its ending where Peter actually realized what he's done, and he actually does the right thing. I do like that as well. Yeah, it's very predictable, but at the same time, I love it. The British come in and take over Quahog, with one British man by the name of Nigel taking over Peter's bar, destroying it, and faming him. And his friends as well. And he also has the hots for Lois, because, let's be real, who doesn't have the hots for Lois? And then there's a side plot of Stewie trying to teach Eliza, Nigel's daughter, to speak properly, because she's British. And we get a lot of British jokes in this one. A pretty bland episode. Not really what I would consider the funniest jokes from Family Guy, but it's decent. I do like the side plot though. And fun fact, Eliza is actually played by Tara Strong. After seeing Chris's package, Peter starts to become insecure about himself, so he decides to go on a hunting trip with this gun-holding team. We get a side plot of Meg trying to be cool with the cool kids, doing a great job, and then Lois comes up with a plan to get back at them. I do like this. I feel like the parents are at their absolute best, like with Peter not wanting to accept the fact that eventually he's getting old and Chris will outdo him. That's relatable as a father would do. And then we get a side plot of Lois actually being a mother and looking out for her daughter. Like actually getting back at them, because they actually threw rotten meat at her during her show at the football thing, and when that doesn't go bust, she ends up having Quagmire go over there. Oh no, what is it with this show and these type of jokes? After having a near-death experience, Peter starts to flash back to his moment with Lois as he was young with her, basically teenagers. And there's a side plot of Lois going on a scavenger hunt until she realizes that she's being manipulated by Peter and she decides to kill him for it. I do like this episode because we see a lot of Peter and Lois's background. Like, for example, Carter tries to have Peter killed, but luckily he comes back. And Carter could actually give Peter $1 million, which he doesn't take because he loves Lois. That's the stuff I do like. We see the characters actually grow, we see their relationship, and we see why Lois and Peter would stick together with each other for years and years and years. I do like stuff like that. That's the heartwarming things I love in this series. When they actually put their mind to it, and they don't waste it on a dumb cutaway gag. And also, Death comes back. And you know I like that character. He's awesome. After taking some fighting classes, after getting really tired of Peter pushing her around, Lois becomes more physical and aggressive as a result. I know a lot of people don't really like this episode because Lois is just an absolute B word in this one. She continues to abuse Peter, even going as far as sexually assaulting him when he said no, he didn't feel like having intercourse with her. This is the exact same thing they would do in The Simpsons as Marge does this to Homer. Yeah, it's not funny when men get abused. I'll be the first to tell you, it's not. But I do like the episode purely for its ending where everybody kicks each other's ass, because think about it, they have their reasoning for why they think the other is annoying. So, I know it's not really going to be a favorite among you guys, but I do like this episode. Not going to talk long about this episode, so let's just get into it. Meg falls in love with Tom Tucker. As a result, she decides to work for him, but when they were taken hostage, she ends up kissing Neil because she hallucinates that was Tom Tucker, and there's a side plot of Stewie losing his bike. I'm not talking about this one. This one's disgusting. This one is stupid. This one is boring. This one's dull. Let's move on to the next one. Mr. Weed dies, Peter's boss, so as a result, Peter ends up losing his job at the toy factory, and yeah, I did remember this took a toll on the series. This made a major change because Peter did working at the toy factory for years on end. And now he's at a point where he doesn't have a career and he tries to find one, so he decides to work for the Black Knight. This episode's pretty decent. A decent episode that's not really anything special. After losing his job and after Peter is still depressed, wow, you did a great job on continuity. I'll give you credit for that. Peter decides to take up a job of being a fisherman. There's also a side plot of Lois and Meg going on a vacation. I do like it for its side plot because the side plot where Lois and Meg are bonding, where Lois is trying to help out Meg, it's heartwarming and it's something I do enjoy. What else? I thought the main plot was decent enough. We go on a classic adventure, going out to sea. Carol made her first appearance in this episode. After giving birth to her baby, Peter and Lois decide to have another child. And much to the dismay of Stewie, because he's always been the baby, as he came third, he decides to stop them from, lovemaking and sitting down by the fire. Sorry, I tend to quote other shows, my bad. I do like this episode a lot. But I feel like Bertram himself is not really that interesting of a character. I even put him on my top 10 worst Family Guy characters because of how much he's just Stewie, but with orange hair and different clothing. That's basically who he is. A bland character that's basically just a copy of the character we've come to love over the course of 3 years. This is the episode that cemented Chris's job as a paperboy. And this is the episode that introduced Herbert. How lovely. The Griffins end up moving down south because there's a serial killer that wants to kill Chris. There's also a side plot of Chris falling in love with a kid that turns out to be a girl. Yeah, let's see how far Twitter reacts to that one. Another decent episode. I did like it. I found it pretty funny with the family reacting to the Deep South. And even Peter gets a job as a sheriff. Funny moments. The family decide to go for a vacation and meet Lois's parents. While Brian tries to fight his sexual urges, but he ends up failing. So he goes with the family, but as a result, he takes a liking to Seabreeze, Carter's dog, and he violates her on the track while she's racing. But it turns out that he didn't do that and it was just a guy. Yeah, bestiality. That's what I love in my show. I did like it because Carter and Peter actually acted nice to each other. Like, Carter is actually nice to Peter. He actually lets him hang out with him during his poker thing. Like, why didn't this stay consistent? This was good. After finding out more about his history, Peter finds out that he's part black and that his ancestors were slaves to Lois's dad. I don't like this episode. This episode's pretty forgettable and I don't remember anything. The only thing you need to know is that Peter's part black. Joe ends up becoming depressed, so as a result, Peter decides to sign him up for the Paralympic Games. There's a side plot of Chris, Meg, Stewie trying to get $26 off of Brian because they found the money and they want to keep it for themselves, but Brian says no. This episode is pretty predictable as Joe ends up becoming a big shot, and as a result, he pretty much discourages Peter. We have that plot going down. But I do find it nice at the end where Joe does come to his senses and realizes that he was being a dick. And the side plot with Stewie, Chris, and Meg was funny. The first Christmas episode of Family Guy. Basically, Peter wants to watch his favorite show, which is Kiss Save Santa. Stewie actually tries to be a good boy for Christmas so that Santa Claus can get him plutonium. And Lois tries to be the heart and soul of the episode, but she ends up losing her shit at the very end of the episode. Seriously, this woman loses her freaking mind. If you thought she was crazy in Lethal Weapons, you haven't seen nothing in this episode. But it's another good episode, and it's a good Christmas episode. This is where Brian starts dating women. This episode. Season 10 and onward flashbacks. Oh boy. Anyway, because of his crippling loneliness and after getting a DUI, he starts to do community service for this old lady that hasn't left her house in 30 years. And there's a little segment where Stewie gets drunk, which would provoke multiple storylines on that, multiple plots throughout the series of Stewie getting drunk. Okay, you did it once, that's it. Don't continue doing it. Don't beat a dead horse. Then there's also a side plot with Peter having a beard, and a bird comes in and rests in his beard. And then he has little babies. I feel like this one really captures the human of the characters. Like, for example, while Peter tries to kill the main bird, he ends up keeping the baby birds in his beard until he finally gives them away. And then it turns out that Pearl was actually a famous star, but sadly she fizzled out. And so Brian tries to teach her more about the world now. See, I think this is where we delve into the more human aspects of the characters, and we see more heartwarming moments in this episode alone. I do like it. This is an episode I highly recommend. If you want to see how heartwarming Family Guy can get, check out this episode. In this episode, Stewie ends up being in a school for the performing arts, and he teams up with a girl named Olivia. There's a side plot of Peter and the family trying to accept this nude family. Lenny face here. I do like this episode as we get a good pairing of Stewie and Olivia teaming up, and they do a good duet together. And I do like the message of you should always accept somebody for who they are rather than this. I mean, they should be arrested. For God's sake, you're nude. How is this acceptable? Lois ends up rekindling her relationship with an old boyfriend. This causes Peter to be jealous, and as a result, they start seeing a marriage counselor, and he starts giving them some advice, like what they should do with the relationship. And then there's a side plot of Stewie and Brian being stuck together. I do like the ending because eventually Lois and Peter decide, yeah, we'll stick together. Who cares about you hanging out with this other person, or why not? The side plot of Stewie and Brian is pretty stupid. It's pretty funny at the same time. It's just stupid bullshit. And it ends with them, even after getting unglued, they still end up holding hands at the end. The main focus is on Brian and Stewie trying to get to Jolly Farm, but they end up going to the wrong area, so they have to go through multiple situations and scenarios until they get there. There's also a side plot of Peter and Lois meeting their band Kiss, but then Peter starts to distance himself from Lois because she doesn't know the lyrics. Yeah, she doesn't know one lyric of that entire goddamn song. I do like this one. It's a little weaker now that I look back on it, but overall it was still decent. And I kind of relate with Stewie in this episode, where he wants to basically escape to this fictional world because the main world is so boring. Let's be real. The main world is fucking boring. It's not that interesting. You have to have responsibilities. You gotta get a job. You gotta do college work. Nobody wants to do that shit. Come on now. This is one of those episodes where the writer basically takes whatever the fans want and makes it real. And basically it's fan requests, so it's called viewer mail. And every single one of them they've made come true is memorable as hell. Peter having his own genie. We have the second one that's focused on the family having superpowers. And we have the third segment focusing on a young family guy. Every single one of them is an absolute hit. And I recommend you guys watch this because it is funny, it's awesome, and it really goes to show that sometimes you should have your viewers do the episode because they have more creativity than you do. Just kidding. I'll take back the burn. It was a little too far. You guys are creative in this season and the previous 2 seasons. Let's continue. This is the episode that got Family Guy sued. And the episode itself is pretty alright. Basically, Peter wants to help the family with their financial issues, so he hires a Jew. And he decides to convert the family to Judaism. It's one of those instances where they make fun of a lot of Jew jokes, and they did this already with the whole British jokes, so yeah, you have that. It's a funny episode, cute little episode, nothing too much to scream at. I don't think they should have gotten sued over this one. Another great Family Guy season in the books. Here's the ranking, and let's continue forward. Let's give a little bit of context before we continue. Basically, after season 3, the show got canceled, but because of how popular it was in Adult Swim and because it sold so many DVD sales, they ended up bringing it back for a second life. So Family Guy became the first show to get revived after high DVD sales, basically. So let's jump into season 4 and see if the show still holds its quality. Peter and Lois try going for a second honeymoon after they realize that their sex life is getting pretty stale. There's also a side plot of Brian and Stewie trying to take care of the kids while they're away. This pretty much encapsulates a great return to the franchise, a great return to the show. Has so many funny moments, has so many likable moments, and the side plot with Brian and Stewie is funny as ever. As it turns out that Chris got framed for drinking alcohol, so they try to confront him, and they do get him back with that. And the main plot is funny as well. They ended up making a prediction, basically. They predicted that there would be a Passion of the Christ 2. And that movie is actually in development, shockingly enough. Thanks a lot, Family Guy. You fucking bastards. Because Chris's teacher went AWOL, Brian decides to become Chris's new teacher, but it ends up being short-lived as he ends up getting transferred to a new class. And then Chris ends up having a new teacher called Mrs. Lockhart. I do like the side plot where Brian is trying to teach these kids, despite being a little bit slow, to put it mildly. He still tries to help them regardless. And the main plot where Lockhart actually turns out to be a bit of a psycho that doesn't like her husband. Yeah, to the point where she tries to get Chris to deal with the deed. And I did like this episode because, you know, it has a lot of funny moments and it even has a good message in Brian's plot, where basically you can do whatever you want. If you want to be a hooker, if you want to do anything that gets you money, go on ahead. Just make sure you're safe and make sure you don't get any diseases. This is the second chicken fight. I need to note. Just wanted to note. So after Quagmire saves a woman from having a heart attack in a changing room, Peter decides that he wants to be famous as well, and he ends up eating a bunch of quarters until he goes blind. This is so stupid. There's a reason for why he becomes blind, but still, it's just kind of dumb. But luckily, he does end up getting his own award, so that's a good plus for Peter. The main plot is focused on Meg getting a makeover, and as a result, she skyrockets herself to fame after Peter's banned because of bus because they don't know how to play a song. They're good at singing, but they don't know any songs. I do like this one as well, as we see a lot of Meg being built up from her mother, obviously, but I think this is where the hatred started to steam up, because they start saying how, oh, Meg, basically saying that, yeah, she is ugly and they don't really support her. And yeah, the plot is pretty predictable with Meg becoming such a goody-goody. It kind of reminds me a lot of the episode where Peter ends up getting liposuction and then he ends up being a jerk himself. Yeah, it's kind of predictable, but at the same time, it was decent enough. I remember in the first couple of minutes that Brian was drunk and he asked Meg if he was ready to fool around. Who knew they would actually make an episode dedicated to that? We'll get to that later. But the main plot is focused on Quagmire sleeping with Loretta, Cleveland's wife, and as a result, Cleveland gets kicked out of the house because apparently Loretta thinks that he's suffocating her and she needs to be free. Then why'd you marry him to begin with, sugar bitch? Where did that come from? But overall, this is why I don't like Loretta, and also Bonnie to an extent because she does the exact same thing later in the series. But basically, Loretta kicks Cleveland out. He realizes Quagmire slept with his wife, and he wants to kick Quagmire's ass. Obviously, I would do the same thing. But they ultimately decide to become friends and settle it in a Rocky style. And luckily, Loretta and his marriage is slowly collapsing and getting a divorce. I say good for them. After taking a test, it turns out that Peter is actually mentally retarded, so as a result, he decides to use it as an excuse for any stupid thing that he does, even dumping deep fryer all over Lois. This is where the lethally stupid starts to kick in. But he still has a little bit of heartwarming moments, as he does want to help his family and he does want to get them back after his children are taken away. But luckily, Lois does bring them back a couple minutes after. It wasn't even that long, it was like a tiny bit. So yeah, thank God everything's back to normal, but Peter's still retarded and he's still a danger to everybody and himself. How wonderful. Brian ends up being on this bachelor show and he falls in love with this woman named Brooke. There's also a side plot of Chris hanging out with his pimple, and his pimple ends up being a bad influence on him. His fucking pimple, oh my god. This makes no sense. But it's Family Guy, so I shouldn't be that shocked. The main plot with Brian being on the Bachelor show is decent enough. Like, they kind of form a relationship, but it turns out it was just off of the camera, so it doesn't matter. Insert Juice WRLD song here. The second plot is actually pretty good as well. If somebody is saying that you should do this, that, and the third, don't do it. And if they peer pressure to you, tell your teacher. But, oh, you don't have to because you're quarantined, right? I remember this episode purely because Peter, Chris, Brian, and Stewie end up throwing up after a challenge. Like the Epicac bottle. They ended up drinking it because of this contest. It goes from disgusting to being a little bit funny to being disgusting again. But we're not focusing on that. We're focusing on the plot where Meg is tired of babysitting Stewie, so she decides to just go off on her own thing, but Peter ends up selling her to Neil Goldman and his father for no real reason. Like, it's a dick move. And this is another instance in the show where Peter ends up selling his kids. He did this before in season 2. It's like, what the... Why do you keep selling your kids? And the side plot of Stewie falling in love with his babysitter, I believe this is the second time that Stewie has fallen in love. I wouldn't say he fell in love with Olivia, but whatever, for funsies, I'll just put that down. But anyway, the episode itself is decent enough, but I feel like it's a bit of a torture porn for Meg, as she's literally a slave to the Goldmans. That's terrible. Lois ends up becoming a shoplifter after stealing one too many things, so as a result she gets taken to prison. But the family take her out, so they end up going to a new place called Asian Town, so they can live their new life there. That segment's a little bit fun, but you don't really get to see the family doing a lot of crazy stuff in Asian Town. They just end up doing a few little things, like Peter ending up on this thing, like this show, and then he eventually gets caught by Joe, and then they track them down, and it leads to a pretty fast climax, and rushed up at the end. But I still found it to being decent enough, because I guess we delve deep into Lois's crazy side, frisky side. Another Lois episode. Why not? I'm down. Basically, Lois decides to pick up on modeling after she beat her father during a boat race. This eventually leads to her taking it too far, to the point where Peter and Carter decide to work together to get her back to normal. There's also a side plot of Brian working for Stewie because Stewie ended up helping him with his worm problem. What about this episode? I did find it interesting, as we did delve a little bit into Lois's teen years, as she could have done modeling before, but her father said no. And we get one of those instances where Peter and Carter work together. That's pretty nice. They're not being friendly, but they end up working together. Brian wants to change the name of the school from James Woods to a different name, Martin Luther King, with his girlfriend. So Peter decides to upstage him by having James Woods show up, and they end up becoming best friends. We end up having the classic song, I Have James Woods. It's an instant favorite of mine. I love this episode. I love James Woods in this one. Overall, it's just a fun time, and especially the ending where he finds a piece of candy. Peter and the guys end up being stranded on an island, and then, after coming back, Peter ends up realizing that Lois is married to Brian. Wow, bestiality at its finest. But the best part is that they have separate beds, so they're not doing anything crazy. What do I think about this one? I do like this one a lot too. It's another good episode. But I do like the ending where basically Lois screws him over by saying that she could have rocked the bed with him, but she didn't. Jesus. After his first day of high school and being a freshman, Chris decides that he doesn't want to go back, and he goes to extreme lengths to do so. He ends up going to this different place, basically. Peter ends up getting a job at the brewery, and this will cement himself of being at the Pawtucket Brewery. And we also get introduced to Angela and Opie. I do like this message where you can't run away from your problems, and you're eventually going to have to face it head on. Yeah, they kind of did this before in the episode where Stewie had a birthday. But, yeah, I felt like I did like it as well. Fan favorite episode alert. Fan favorite episode alert. PTV. Because the FCC keeps censoring everything on TV, Peter decides to come up with his own network, PTV. After shutting that down, they decide to go censor real life. This is the one episode I can quote line for line, and I keep singing the song, the FCC song, because it's so great. It basically picks apart of how the FCC is so overly strict. Well, they should be strict now because some of the stuff that Family Guy is doing now, it's like, FCC, please come back and tell Family Guy to stop it. Please. But anyway, besides that, this episode is great. It does a lot of commentary, and overall, it's just a thrill to watch. You owe it to yourself. If you haven't seen this episode, you better watch it. Simple. After winning a costume contest, Peter and his friends decide to be like the actual A-Team. While there's a side plot of Brian going back to college because he was going to be a writer for the New York Times, but he didn't go to college because he was a dropout. Trust me, I get that feeling of almost being a dropout. But at the same time, I do like it because the two plots do correlate at the end, with basically the A-Team quitting because they don't think they're good at it, and then eventually they work together to help Brian get to school, and I did like that. And also, I did like the ending where you can always try your best and you won't necessarily succeed. As long as you put in your best effort, that's all that's important. Sure, your family won't support you, but at least you did it till the end, and that's all that matters. In this episode, Lois believes that Stewie's bad behavior is due to him not hanging out with Peter as much. So we get a Peter and Stewie story. It starts out a little rocky, but they get along by attacking Lois. That's a little messed up, but they're bonding. Yay! There's also a side plot of Chris working for Herbert. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that one. I do like this one purely because we see Peter and Stewie act. We rarely get that at all in this series, up to this point. We see Peter and Brian, we see Lois and Meg, we see Peter and Chris, but we never see Stewie and Peter. We obviously see Stewie and Brian, but we don't see Stewie and Peter. So I did like that we had an episode dedicated to them. In this episode, Lois finds out that she has a twin brother. While Peter is in denial of being fat, he decides to have his own national association for fat people. This is Patrick's first appearance. I feel like it was kind of an ass pull because they never did reference that before, but they actually do explain it in a decent way, basically explaining that they had him sent to a mental institute because he was a little bit crazy in the brain, and he had a whole trauma because the guy from the Honeymooners, I forgot the fat guy's name, but basically he screwed his mom and he doesn't like fat people as a result. It actually does correlate well with Peter's plot because whenever it comes to Family Guy up to that point, they always had these separate plots that don't correlate with the main plot. So I actually did like that as a result. Francis gets Stewie baptized, and as a result, he gets placed in quarantine. Like, he even gets placed in his own little bubble. There's a side plot of Stewie trying to find out his own religion, so he makes up one on the spot, called Church of Fonz. I did like the ending where his father actually kept a picture of Fonz, and he even started praying to him. That was actually a nice moment from Francis. Other than that, the episode is pretty decent. After entering an accident, Brian ends up becoming depressed as a result, but then he runs into Frank Sinatra Jr., and it builds his spirits up. And then when Stewie joins him for the fun, they end up becoming more memorable. There are so many memorable songs with these three. And then it leads to a badass ending, where they just give it flat out, and I love that ending so much. Yeah, there's also a side plot of Meg thinking that she's a lesbian, but yeah, that's not really that explored upon. And it even ends with Meg basically coming to terms that she's not a lesbian. So, but the main plot is awesome. You should get a watch. This is the episode that everyone remembers it for because of the "Where's My Money" sequence. Basically, after losing to a bet, Stewie decides that he's going to beat the crap out of Brian until he gets his money. There's a side plot of Peter ending up on the football team and working with Tom Brady as a result. He does a great job as well. And eventually he loses his place because he keeps showboating, so he ends up going to a different team. I will say right now, I like the main plot, but the side plot is a little too cruel. I mean, for God's sake, Stewie acts like such a freaking mobster. He literally goes to any extent to beat the crap out of Brian by pushing him down the stairs, setting him on fire, beating him with a golf club. It's like, oh my God. I have bitter memories towards the golf club now because of a popular character I loved getting beaten to death with a golf club. So that golf club's, oh my God. Yeah, it's funny, but at the same time, it's like, Jesus Christ, relax. He'll pay you back. Calm down. Quagmire ends up falling in love with Peter's maid, and as a result, they end up getting married, and Quagmire ends up losing sight of who he once was. And there's eventually a side plot where Stewie tries giving up breast milk. That's just wonderful. I don't care too much about the side plot, but I did like the main plot, where Quagmire is actually decent. He's not a freaking giggity goo psycho. Yeah, that's his personality. I know, that's his character. But for God's sake, I did like how they entered this new storyline. I did like it. Eventually, it turns out that the maid is a psycho. That's lovely. Stewie ends up finding his twin brother at the playground, because it turns out that Peter actually ended up donating sperm in a sperm bank. And then there's also a side plot of Lois becoming increasingly fat because they stopped having action. I would say I like Stewie's plot because that has a lot of action. The second plot, the main plot, is a little bitter towards Lois, and a little bitter, I don't know, this has a little bitter feel to it. We have a main plot that's focused on Brian trying to expose Adam West, who turns out to be dating Meg. We also have a side plot of Peter and Lois trying to start their own musical band while they're high. Trust me, when you're that high in the sky, you think you can do anything. I do like this episode, especially the side plot where Peter and Lois do their own band and they turn out to be stoned out of their ass. And we also get our classic Brian and Stewie adventure. Well, not an adventure, but just a little kind of thing. I love it. Peter ends up writing sexual novels. Hopefully that doesn't get me demonetized. And he used Carter's name to publish it. And as a result, Carter ends up being sued for everything he's got. So he ends up staying at the Griffin household. There's also a side plot of Stewie practicing for the Olympics. A decent one that has Peter try to show Carter that it's okay being poor. And we also, in that little segment of Stewie joining the Olympics, which doesn't really go anywhere, but it's just Stewie doing his own little thing for the meantime. It's a good time killer, but again, we could have focused more on Carter and Peter's story. I remember this episode purely because Clinton was singing the song "It's a Fine Day to Be Nude." I could play it too, but, don't want to get copyright struck. But the main plot is focused on everyone getting mad at the mayor because he wastes taxpayer dollars on a gold frog.
This is a vile waste of taxpayer dollars.
So as a result, to get everyone's mind off that, he decides to ban gay marriage, which angers Brian because his gay stereotype of a cousin is getting married. So he decides to hold Mayor West, captive in there and tries to get him to change his mind. I do like this episode purely because Brian is actually doing something nice with nothing to get in return. He's just doing his own thing. He's trying to do what's best for his cousin because his cousin was happy to being married, even though he is a gay stereotype. It was nice for Brian, basically. It's an episode that is heartwarming because Brian is doing his best for his cousin, and then eventually Lois comes around because she doesn't really like gay marriage, but eventually she comes around in the end. So in this episode that I remember fully, after picking up an Indian skull from his backyard, there starts to be some poltergeist activity going around in the house. I love this episode because I'm kind of a sucker for paranormal activity. I don't know, I just kind of love those. I love movies like that. I'm kind of a paranormal activity freak, I guess. And this episode is just funny. It's just funny seeing the family go through crazy experiences while the house is going through paranormal activities. It's fun. It's a fun episode. After their house is invaded, Peter decides to tell stories about the Griffin family history. It's one of those episodes where it's basically a bottled scenario, where the characters basically stay in this one location throughout the entire episode, doing stupid shit, flashing back, or telling stories. At least with this one, I'll give it credit. It's not like going back in time to show like old clips or anything like that. It's just doing its own stupid little thing. It's funny. I'm not going to spoil anything because I plan on doing a review of this, but basically, this movie is great. We have our favorite character, Stewie, trying to find out more about his dad, because it was originally broken up into 2 parts, but it's a full movie, but all I can say is it's a great finale for the season, and I love it. Hell, I even have the movie somewhere. If you haven't seen Family Guy Season 4, 3, 2, or 1, I suggest you check them out because these are the golden era of Family Guy. After confusing a prostate exam for sexual harassment, Peter decides to sue Dr. Hartman. Yeah, kind of like Butch Hartman. Yeah, I know, terrible joke, sorry. After fixing Stewie's bear, Stewie starts to fall in love with Lois a whole lot. Basically, he's a lot nicer to her, and we even get this lovable meme.
Mama! Mama!
What?
Hi.
Classic Family Guy. The main plot with Peter is funny as hell. The side plot with Stewie is pretty heartwarming until it goes back to the status quo. Pretty sad, but what can you do, I guess. This is the episode where we fully get introduced to Peter's mother. After divorcing Peter's dad, Francis, she starts to take a liking to Tom Tucker, and they immediately hit it off. There's also a side plot of Stewie and Brian working together to be on a talk show. I don't remember the side plot that much. It wasn't really that memorable. But the main plot was memorable, but obviously it was pretty predictable. Basically, Peter starts to resent Tom Tucker and doesn't want him to be his dad. But then eventually he starts to grow a liking to him, and then his mom doesn't like him, and then we have this predicament, we have this stupid shit where pretty much Peter acts like a kid in this one. And he even shoves away Chris, and he doesn't even fucking take away what Tom Tucker had with his son and apply it to his relationship with Chris. They could have done something like that at the end, but instead, Peter just tells his son to go away. I remember there was a cutaway gag in this one about Hummers, and then eventually Family Guy made a whole storyline on that. You see what I mean when Family Guy has gone so low in terms of writing? But the main plot is focused on Meg working for the Superstore USA. It's an evil store that ends up taking away jobs from people, like Peter at the Pawtucket Brewery, and they even took away the electricity, like all over. I did like this one too, and especially we get a badass moment where Brian and Stewie decide, fuck it, we're gonna take it down ourselves. I remember Stewie killed these 2 guys that were used for filler. These guys right here. I remember he killed them, but that's not important. Basically, the main plot is focused on Stewie and Brian going to this army, and they try to get themselves out. And I do like it because, Brian actually puts in his best effort because when it came to his other successes, he didn't really do a good job. Like, for example, college. He didn't do so well at that. So he decides to proceed with this one. But then they decide, fuck it, we're not doing this anymore. We're just going to leave out this one. And then there's a side plot of Chris being in a rock band and he turns himself into a jerk. Again, this is similar to what Meg and Peter did. Peter was fit, he acted like a jerk, Meg got a makeover, and she turned into a jerk. So you pretty much know where the plot's going to go with this one. This is Jillian's debut episode. And I gotta say, I love it. Not the side plot though. The main plot is focused on Stewie meeting Jillian and starts to rip into Brian because of how dumb she is. And then there's a side plot of Peter having Lois help him with work since he blew off his fingers with a firecracker. That side plot is pretty... It's basically just Peter continuing to bug the shit out of Lois until she eventually bows down and just does whatever he wants. After Lois teaches sex ed, the school decides to give up these rings, abstinent rings. It's basically forbidding you to have sex until you get married. It reminds me of that South Park episode where they tried doing purity rings. Something similar to that. Who did it better? Family Guy or South Park with the whole purity rings and abstinent rings? Obviously South Park, but this one is good as well. We get a lot of funny-ass moments in here. Specifically when Peter decides to take an abstinent ring, even though he's fucking married. He's an idiot. But overall, I still found it pretty funny. Jesus Christ. What a moron. He's so stupid. And there's also a side plot of Stewie trying to catch the Tooth Fairy. That's pretty funny too, but not all that much. After watching a chick flick, Peter starts to embrace his sensitive side and decides to make a movie, while Stewie tries to act as an adult for the recurring character Olivia. I do like the second plot. The main plot kind of reminds me a lot when Peter started to embrace his feminine side. And then eventually, like the whole movie thing was kind of just randomly out of nowhere. I didn't really like it all that much. It was stupid. But the side plot was a little more interesting. As we see Stewie and Olivia get together. So again, these are 3 love interests for Stewie. First one was Janet. Second one was this girl, the babysitter. I forgot her name. And the third one is Olivia. Oh boy, I remember this episode, and oh my god. This episode is so cringy. It's that kind of cringe humor, it's the cringiness that you kind of like. I don't know how to explain my feelings for this one. Part of me hates it, but at the same time, part of me kind of likes it. Okay, let me explain the plot. Basically, after taking her to the prom, Meg starts to stalk Brian and becomes crazy, and she starts to fall in love with him, to the point where she thinks they are boyfriend and girlfriend. This is where Meg's psychopathness starts to come in. Like, well, let's continue to the side plot. There's a side plot of basically Peter and his friends becoming police officers. This episode, I always had such confusing feelings for. On one hand, I like this episode, but on the other hand, Meg is trying to get with Brian to the point where she ties him up. And she faces no consequences for it. Like, why? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Since Brian sold off Rupert, they decide to go on a journey to find him because Peter destroyed multiple cars and while doing his little stunt, because he thinks he's a stunt devil or something, he ends up getting Meg to drive him around. And then this is the episode that introduced the My Black Sun song. Yeah, that stupid little fucking thing. I do like the main plot where basically Stewie goes to find Rupert because it shows how much Rupert means to him, especially since they've been together through thick and thin, and he just loves his bear. I felt like it could have been a lot more stronger if he actually left Rupert behind. You know, there are multiple instances to have Stewie grow, but sometimes they don't really take advantage of that. I don't know why. They should really take advantage of that. And what about the side plot? I actually did like the side plot too, as we see Meg snap to the point where she beats the hell out of this one guy. Start to see a little bit of character growth here. But they revert back to the status quo, so it doesn't matter. After he kills Francis, Peter's dad, he starts to come to the realization that Francis wasn't really his biological dad, so he goes on a journey to find his real dad. So there's a side plot of Stewie having this weird fetish. Yeah, basically he loves it when Lois beats the crap out of him. he starts to have these weird ass fantasies. Jesus Christ, I don't even want to tell that. It's funny, but at the same time, it's like, fuck, Stewie. And we're on season 5, and some people say season 6 and 7 was when the show began to tip downhill. I think it's starting to show a little bit with some of the characterizations. But what about the main plot? The main plot was pretty good, but the thing that sucks is that we don't even see Peter's biological dad later down the line. We don't see him, and he's only just there to show that, oh, Francis wasn't Peter's dad. That's about it. That's about it. Like no exploration. We don't see him again, and he doesn't even come for the Thanksgiving or holiday episodes. After talking to Chris's bully, Peter starts to bully his friends. Yeah, he really is stupid. And there's another side plot of Stewie having a tan, and he starts going through his tanning phase. But after he starts to get this mole on his body, he starts to think that he has less time to live, so he starts to do whatever he can with it. I did like this episode, especially the whole tanning part, because it's funny, and it led to one of the most funny, fucked up moments in the entire series. But for the main plot, I felt like it was a little mean-spirited. Like, Peter, I get Peter is retarded, but even then, this is a little far-fetched. But I know what you're thinking. Oh, Christian, he's done so much worse than this. He sold away his kids. He framed his children. You're right, I guess. You're right. But still, it doesn't make this main plot suck. The way he's acting, it's just terrible. After Peter gets Quagmire fired, he ends up staying at the Griffin household for a bit until he decides to get a job, which doesn't go well for him, until they eventually come up with a plan to get back his old job. This one is a decent one. It's basically one of those instances where one of Peter's friends are fucking up, and as a result, they decide to stay at their house. You know, one of those storylines. Peter feels like he doesn't feel his age. He feels like he's really aged out and he's not happy. So guess who comes by to give him a visit? Bill Clinton. And because of that, they do a bunch of crazy little nonsense. I hate this episode purely because of that fucking Conway Twitty. This is where it starts. This is where the cutaways start to get way longer and way more repetitive by being long, not funny, and missing the point of a joke. This is where the Conway Twitty sequences start kicking in. Because it's so annoying and so slow. What's the joke? I don't get it. But there is a side plot of Brian trying to be potty trained. Not really that was funny enough. I thought that was pretty funny, especially with Stewie trying to help him. That was a decent one as well. But other than that, it's a decent one as well. Nothing too funny. And also, Bill Clinton slept with Lois, so that's lovely. After getting $50,000, the Griffins open up their own fast food restaurant. It ends up going south, but it ends up being populated with handicapped people. Peter obviously doesn't like this, despite the fact that I thought Peter got over his prejudice seasons ago, but it comes back randomly out of nowhere. Like, I thought Peter was okay with him being handicapped. I don't know. It just feels like a random ass pull. But I still like it because of the fighting scene with Joe and the cripples fording a crippletron, and they basically kick Peter's ass. Like, that whole scene was fucking cool. After throwing up the host in church, the Griffins end up leaving because they think Stewie is the devil, basically. Because of this whole thing, they tried to form a little fucking, I don't know, an exorcism on Stewie, even though he's just... It's one of those episodes where the family goes to a different place because of something stupid happening in their old town. So they end up going to Texas this time around. And I did like it. There's a little bit of funny gags in here that I really enjoy. Especially that cow. That cow. Sure, there's a segment where Lois pretty much lies to the family and it turns out that they can go home, but she just chooses not to tell them because they already have a happy life here. But they still end up doing the same antics, so there was no point in lying, Lois. This is the third fight with Ernie, the giant chicken. But aside from that, after getting expelled from school, Chris ends up going to Morningwood Academy. So basically, because of this whole thing, the family tried their best to make as much money as humanly possible so that they can keep up with them. Like, pay the tuition at that school, because it's very expensive. A pretty forgettable episode, honestly. I didn't really find too much to be funny. Sure, there was the part where Stewie follows fat people around with a tuba, but... After seeing toxic waste being dumped into the lake, Lois decides to become mayor of Quahog so that she can take care of it. Yeah, this is one of those episodes where Lois decides to take charge, and eventually she starts to lose sight of who she is because she's getting all these money, she's getting all these deals, she's just becoming so famous. Yeah, you get that fucking plot line. It's pretty predictable. Because he wanted to relive his youth by the help of death, Peter ends up rewriting history, and as a result, he's not married to Lois and he doesn't have his children. And instead, she's married to Quagmire, so he has to travel back in time to fix it. I'm one of those people that doesn't really like time travel because if you don't do it properly, you can fuck it up. But I felt like with this one, it was decent. I did like it for the most part. It was enjoyable. We even got possible scenarios, and there's a little bit of difference here, but they don't even reference Lois's aunt because that was kind of the reason why they met. They didn't bring her up. But yeah, it's a decent one. So how's season 5? Pretty good season 2. There's a little hitters here, there's a little misses here and there, but overall I still found this season to being pretty good. But now it's time to delve into the fall of Family Guy. Because some people say that season 6 to 7 was when the show started to fall downhill. Let's actually check it out. But first, let's check the ranking scales. After a blackout, the Griffins decide to tell the story of Star Wars in a Family Guy style. I thought this episode was pretty good, especially for a Family Guy kind of movie. Because of Peter telling Jillian what to do because he's an idiot, Brian is forced to move in with her because Peter told her, listen, if Brian really loves you, you better tell him to move in with you or it's over. It's one of those instances where basically Peter and Lois get no repercussions for their actions because they're forcing a relationship which should go at its own pace. Like, both of you, shut the fuck up. And there's a side plot of Meg losing her job because of Chris, and then Chris ending up basically taking her place. Lois tells Chris that you need to stick up for your sister and you need to let her get her job back, which is weird because she doesn't have a job anymore after this episode, but I digress. I remember this episode because it had an off-color joke of Quagmire going all Harvey Weinstein on Marge, and then being all, what's another word for it? Quentin Tarantino on The Simpsons. Yeah, this joke alone caused Matt Groening to be mad at Seth MacFarlane. Because I'm not offended by this kind of thing, but The Simpsons is still a family-friendly show. So doing this, yeah, it makes you look like a dick. Joe gets brand new legs, and as a result, he starts to change. Yeah, kind of like how Chris, Meg, and Peter went through. But he becomes so overly aggressive, and he takes up more activities, and he even leaves his own wife. And this is kind of a shame because Bonnie was still likable. So yeah, he becomes a complete dick in this episode after he gets his new legs. It's kind of the same thing, like we've seen this before. Because Lois went on a cruise without him, Stewie decides to kill Lois this time, and he actually gets away with it. I love this one because it does the unthinkable that nobody thought would ever happen. Does Stewie actually get away with killing Lois, and does he commit world domination? The answer is yes to both questions. Basically, he takes Brian with him, and he decides to take over the CIA. And it actually shows an American Dad cameo, which I actually did like, because I always wondered if American Dad and the Family Guy crew were in the same universe. Proves it right here. But apparently not, because it turns out to be a simulation. But let's get on to the next episode. After Lois survives Stewie's brutal murder, Stewie decides to hold the whole family hostage and is destined to continue his plan for world domination. And he actually succeeds at that. But what makes this episode a big hit, especially in terms of its ranking, is because, well, it turned out to be a simulation. The biggest ass pull I've ever seen. Basically, everything that has been crazy and that has been good about this is ultimately destroyed because, hey, it was just a simulation. And they try saying, well, at least it didn't end like The Sopranos where it just cuts to black in mid-sentence. After realizing that he's an illegal immigrant, Peter ends up losing his job, which is, I mean, it's not really that off the wall because In one episode, it was said that Peter was part black, so I guess anything's possible with Peter now. So as a result, he goes job searching for another one until he eventually works for Mr. Peter Schmidt. Who knew history would repeat itself, right? Because in season 3, episode 14, as I just said, it was revealed that one of the ancestors of Peter was a slave to Mr. Peter Schmidt. So that's something. This episode is decent, I guess. It's not really anything funny or interesting or adds to the characters. It just adds that, hey, Peter, he's an immigrant. Hey, he was black last time. I guess we could do it again. Lightning can strike twice, right? Peter starts to become overprotective of Meg after a near-death experience she had. There's also a funny side plot of Stewie and Brian working together to fix up a house. I actually did like this episode because it has a heartwarming moment of Peter looking out for his daughter, which is rare because he always saw Meg as a joke and not actually his daughter. Like, he abuses her. This is where the stupidity levels start to crank up, because they say season 6 and 7 is where the show went downhill. And yeah, that is true. Because he ate 30 hamburgers, Peter ends up having a stroke, and after using stem cells, he wants to sue McBurgertown. There's also a side plot of Stewie making a bet with Brian that he could be more popular in Meg's school. The main plot, it didn't really hold my attention that well. I didn't really find it to being that funny, aside from all the stroke jokes. I did like the side plot, basically where Stewie becomes popular and hangs out with Connie D'Amico. I did like that. And there's a good ending where Stewie basically gives Connie a big fuck you for screwing him over. James Woods comes back and he takes Peter's credit card and pretty much takes his entire identity. Which is weird because they don't even look the littlest bit alike. After what happened to him in season 4 episode 11, I actually do like that episode. But I can definitely see why some people don't like it, as it's just a big torture porn for Peter. He basically ends up losing his family, he ends up losing his house, and the only person that stands with him is Brian. What hurts is that the family doesn't even try. They don't even try to talk to Peter. I mean, Chris does, but other than that, Meg and Lois don't even try. They don't try to help him out. This one is a little too cruel. This is the episode where Brian shows his absolute douchebaggishness. After winning an award for Martha's Vineyard, he decides to allow Peter and Lois to come along with him. More specifically, Lois, because he has some plans, you know? We end up going through this montage of them living happily, just chilling out with each other. And Peter is being a fucking idiot in this episode because they do this thing where they want one character to be worse than the other. Their idiotic behavior cranked up to 11 for no real reason. Brian is no better than Peter, and he should not go up with Lois. And obviously, this is Brian at his absolute worst. He tried to get with his best friend's wife. That's irredeemable. Come on now. And what's worse is that the ending, they try to make Brian like he's the good guy, because apparently it's crossed her mind. Oh, fuck off with this episode. This episode sucks. Brian tries desperately to get a girl to fuck him in the first couple of minutes. Then he talks about how he's found his true love, so he goes looking for her. And it turns out that she had a son named Dylan. Honestly, I found this episode to be decent, as we see Brian actually find this girl who's let herself go, and it turns out he had a kid. And he actually tries to be a decent father, but then he never comes back again, so this episode is pretty pointless. Peter buys a parrot and he thinks he's a pirate. There's a side plot of Chris falling in love with a veterinarian. It's kind of a shame because this is a pretty good girlfriend for him, but she doesn't show up any later in the series. She doesn't. And Chris ends up getting more and more girlfriends, which is kind of a shame. Basically, this season sucks. I hated it. And yeah, here's the ranking. Let's move on. Brian ends up losing his girlfriend because he didn't jump her around on the first date, and as a result, Cleveland ends up taking his girlfriend away from him. Cleveland reminds me a lot of Quagmire in this episode, when Quagmire jumped Cleveland's wife. It's like, what the hell? You're supposed to have a little bit more higher moral high ground than this. Eventually, they try to get Cleveland and Loretta back together again, but honestly, I don't want to see this because this is a toxic relationship. They don't deserve to be together. After losing his surfing bird record because Brian and Stewie destroyed it because of how much he was playing it, Peter helps Jesus make a second coming, and like every other famous person before him, well, after him, he ends up becoming a jerk. I did like this episode a lot because we see Peter really helping out somebody and basically helping them make a second coming. I did like it a lot. We see Peter being more cheerful, we see him being helpful, he's not being abusive, he's not being crazy, and this is from season 7. After entering Stewie's time machine, Brian and Stewie have to go back to Germany to save Mort and bring him back. Out of all of them, this is probably the weakest road to. This one just felt pretty boring for me. While they were going on their own vacation, the Griffins accidentally leave Stewie back home. In order to survive, Stewie has to make a life for himself and get a job and look after himself. There's a moment where Peter ends up ditching his family to watch a movie in a different car. This causes their whole family to crash. I think this is where Flanderization starts to kick in, because Peter acts a little bit more selfish and dickish, and not even worried about his kid. But there is a heartwarming moment where Stewie is happy that the family's back, so I love it. I love that. After an accident, Peter starts to see that Brian is no longer young and he's pretty much getting old, and tries to cope with it by getting a new dog and basically replacing him. This episode is not good and ends up spitting in the face of Brian. It's very cruel to him. Yeah, Brian doesn't have much problem with it, but obviously it's obvious that the family is trying to replace him with this new dog. And none of them really care. There's a moment where they see a footage of baby Brian, which is weird because they had Brian when he was the same age, like adult age. They didn't have him as a puppy, so where did these footage come from? In order for Peter to get his promotion, he must go back to school and graduate the 3rd grade. And then there's a side plot of Frank and Sinatra Jr. and Brian trying to be cool in this club. Probably the most forgettable Family Guy episode in the season. It's just Peter being so retarded to the point where he's going back to 3rd grade. So, this episode's pointless. This episode sucks. We're moving on. After Susie Swanson's birth, Joe ends up having to steal from the Carter Peterson household because he's worked so much and he's worked with these loan sharks, and he did that because he needed to pay off the hospital bills. There's also a side plot of Stewie writing a song for Susie. I did like the side plot. The main plot was pretty bland and predictable. Like I pretty much knew where it was going to go. Peter ends up getting injected with a gay gene because he has to pay off for the destruction because of that stupid horse he got. Basically, Peter acts like an idiot, and the entire episode is basically stereotyping gay people. That's just lovely. I don't know. It's just, stereotypes are just so overdone in this series to the point where it's not funny anymore. In this episode, Peter decides to golf with O.J. Simpson and tries to clear O.J. Simpson's name by making him look like a nice guy. The only thing I remember from this one was that long-ass Conway Twitty sequence. The thing that bothers me is that they spend the entire episode saying that O.J. Simpson is not a bad guy, but then at the end of the episode, he ends up stabbing 2 people. So what the fuck was the point of that? Lois decides to work for Fox News. There's also a side plot of Peter and Meg and Chris deciding to pitch a show to Fox News. That's kind of funny, I would say, because that's kind of what Seth MacFarlane was doing with his show. Overall, this episode is not really that good. We constantly have Lois ignoring Brian, even though Brian is right, because Fox is not reliable in any source of the word. They always over-exaggerate things. It's not... I remember this episode being memorable for all the wrong reasons. After Meg gets the mumps and is laid up in bed, she ends up watching Kirk Cameron on TV, and therefore she becomes much more religious. And she tries to get the whole family to go to church, but then Brian says that he's an atheist. This makes no goddamn fucking sense, and it's obvious that Brian is just a mouthpiece for Seth MacFarlane. Like, seriously, he's met Jesus before. In this season alone, called I Dream of Jesus, he's met him before. It's pretty much obvious right here. And throughout the episode, it's basically a Brian torture porn as he continues to get berated because of his beliefs. Which, yeah, they are an ass pull, but still, I don't think anybody should be tortured just because of their beliefs. That's too much. Yeah, this episode is infamous for a multitude of reasons, like basically saying that God isn't real because Meg has a shitty life. After Quagmire gets a cat, the gang think that he's changed for the worse. Peter very gruesomely kills this cat, and they decide to bury the body, with tons of blood all over himself. But it turns out Brian gets arrested because he was holding pot. This results in Brian trying to get weed legalized. Because of this, Carter ends up losing money and he tries to get Peter to help him out. But I feel like this is where Brian starts to become more irritating and unlikable because look at the way he acts so preachy. Like, fuck. It's insufferable, it's boring, it's annoying. It does have a nice song, I'll give it that. But overall, this is another episode that can just go away. After getting his ass kicked by Susie, Peter has Stewie take steroids so that he can build up his muscle mass. There's also a side plot of Connie D'Amico making Chris popular. It's a decent one. I actually do like Stewie actually being strong and basically pushing Brian around. Yeah, it's an out-of-character moment for Peter, basically being a fucking idiot. And also, there's the side plot is pretty predictable as well, with Chris being popular. They've already done this plot before. Remember, he worked in a band, he was a dick to his parents. Same thing here. He becomes popular, he becomes a dick to Connie. Except with this one, it's a little bit more satisfying because Connie herself is such an unlikable bitch. After hearing that Jillian is marrying another guy, of course Brian ends up becoming depressed and he instantly tries to get back with her. But not really, because he ends up jumping another girl, Lauren Conrad, who is a star from the show called The Hills. And there's a moment where they ended up using live action footage in this episode, so it pretty much goes to show that they're slowly becoming lazier. And season 7 is where it starts. This is where the laziness starts to kick in for the show. So they end up reading Stephen King's old novels, and it's retold with Family Guy characters. They redo Stand By Me, Misery, and Shawshank Redemption. For what it is, it's a good episode. I actually did like it a whole lot. It's one of those episodes where this is the story of Griffin Peterson and the finding of Quahog. What do I think about this one? Predictable, bland, and not that engaging. It's stupid, it's dumb, and I didn't like it all that much. Season 7 had a bunch of bad episodes, if I'm completely honest. At least with Season 6, it had a few good episodes, but with Season 7, there's a lot of rotten eggs with this one. Here's the ranking scale. Let's continue to Season 8. Oh, thank God, we're starting with a Road to episode. As I've said before, Road to the Multiverse is my favorite episode in Family Guy. So Stewie ends up making a device where he can navigate through the multiverse, and that's basically all you need to know. We see endless creativity, we see endless funny jokes, and it's by far the best episode. Hands down, no question. If you're a Family Guy fan, and if you haven't seen this episode, you should be ashamed of yourself. This episode is great, and I highly recommend you check it out. After finding out that Lois is Jewish, Peter decides to switch religion, but after his dad meets him in like a, blue ghost from Star Wars kind of way, he decides to go against that. Overall, it's just Peter acting like an idiot. At this point, it's not even funny. Peter, you yourself tried to convert your family to Judaism. Like, stop. Quit acting like a moron. Brian and Stewie decide to help Chevy Chase and Dan Aykroyd track down Mayor West after finding out that he's a Cold War sleeper agent. There's also a side plot with Peter and the guys starting their own improv group. This episode is boring and probably the weakest episode we're going to get from this season. Probably not, because there could be an episode that's even worse than this one. In this episode, Brian again ends up dating another woman, but she's a lot older, and as a result, the whole family makes fun of her. But she ends up breaking a hip when Brian and her try getting freaky, so as a result, Brian has to take care of her. I mean, I'll give Brian credit that he actually does a good job in taking care of her, but other than that, the episode is pretty mean-spirited. Like, the fact that the family is not... Like, they had no problem with Jillian. Like, they liked Jillian, they thought she was fine, but now all of a sudden it's a problem when it's this woman? Like, a woman that's a little older, like 50? Who cares? They're just a bunch of assholes at this point. After watching Hannah Montana, Stewie decides that he wants to go meet Hannah Montana in person. There's a side plot of Chris finally catching the evil monkey, and it turns out the evil monkey is actually a nice guy. And he's a better father figure than Peter. It's a rather formulaic episode, yeah, especially with Peter, the monkey, and Chris. When Peter is not a good father, and then this monkey starts being a good father figure to Chris, he decides to win back his son's love, yada 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 yada. But I do like the moments with the Hannah Montana, especially when they provide a little bit of commentary that sometimes young stars can be under mind control. Like, she's basically just a robot. She's a robot and she's being controlled by a big corporation. Wow, Disney, you fuck over a lot of kids. I'm surprised your reputation's not down the toilet. Quagmire ends up taking care of a baby, so as a result, it messes with his sex life. And there's a side plot of Stewie having a clone and then making Brian a clone. So it's just, Quagmire has a baby, let's just go with it. Who cares? Let's just dump it on his doorstep a couple minutes into the episode. But I do like the side plots. The side plots are pretty funny. Bitch Stewie and bitch Brian. Because Cleveland's off with his own show, Peter needs another friend to join his group. Person that is black. And then he runs into Jerome. This is his first appearance, and it's revealed that Jerome is actually an ex-boyfriend of Lois. And there's a side plot of Brian trying to figure out why Quagmire hates him. And this is where Quagmire ends up being a mouthpiece. Basically for the audience. He ends up being a mouthpiece for the audience why people hate Brian of the modern seasons. That's the reason. There's no real reason why Quagmire hates Brian because they were on good terms in the earlier seasons. Makes no sense at all. And then we continue with the stupid jokes of Peter basically trying to get rid of Jerome because he thinks Jerome is going to take his wife away from him. That stupid shit that's already been done before. Boring episode. Moving on. After accidentally killing another dog, and surprised that nobody really seems to care because for some reason nobody really cares. They don't even care about Brian anymore. Brian tries to convince everybody, mostly other humans, that dogs should have the same values as humans. And I do like where the episode is going. I do like how Brian is trying to fight for other dogs, right? But what makes this episode so sour is the fact that everyone is so mean-spirited in this episode. They don't care. They don't care about Brian. They don't care about the dog. And they even tastelessly say that they want to eat Brian. This episode is mean-spirited in a lot of cases. After Carter ends up having a heart attack and ends up in a coma, Peter ends up taking his business. This is the plot line where Peter ends up being in a powerful state. He ends up being drunk with power, and eventually he gets kicked out. It's one of those plot lines where Peter is a dickhead for the sake of it. In this episode, after getting punched in the face while playing Family Feud, Peter ends up losing his memory. And this is one of those episodes where I just immediately lose interest because the whole amnesia storyline has never really piqued my interest. It's horrible because of how hard these family members try to get their family member that lost their memory back, and it ends up in failure. And Lois is a bit of a hypocrite. So Peter wants to sleep with two women, herself included, Lois, And she has a problem with that, despite the fact that this is the same woman that slept with Bill Clinton and Gene Simmons. So she's not one to talk in this situation. So yeah, it's one of those episodes where Peter is even more of a dick than usual. He doesn't care about his family when they do leave. He even has a party, and he only gets his memory back after fighting with Ernie the Giant Chicken. After hiding her so-called boyfriend, Meg ends up going to prison herself, and she ends up being a total badass. A lot of people say this episode is bad purely because Meg is just mean-spirited. Here she is attacking her family members, beating the shit out of them, and just... You need to understand that this is the same family that's been abusive to her for years. These characters deserve it because Peter's been a dick to her by shoving her face in his ass for multiple times. Lois was kind of becoming a bitch as well, and her brother never stood up for her. So this is all the more satisfying. And it does do a little bit of commentary about how the penal system has kids like Meg turn into psychopathic murdering freaks. So I'll give it that. But I do like the ending where Brian talks about how he wrote about her, which is lovely as well. After losing Chris and Stewie in the woods, Lois starts to go to a psychic as a result, and she becomes like a believer of this psychic, which also prompts Peter to be a psychic. That's just lovely. And then there's a side plot of Stewie preparing Chris for his hot date with a Down syndrome girl. I remember this episode purely because of the controversy. It turns out that a governor had a kid that was Down syndrome because they made a reference to her in this episode. It's like, sweetheart, calm down. It's just a joke. You should be happy that they're talking about you on Family Guy. And obviously, you shouldn't take Family Guy seriously because this show is not known for being intelligent. It's not known for being intelligent at all. So you should just relax. In this episode, Stewie wants to become a part of his favorite sitcom, so he decides to cross-dress to make the role. What puts this episode lower on the ranking scale is the side plot with Lois. She ends up jumping a teenager's bones, which is statutory rape. And when she tries to apologize to Meg, it doesn't seem genuine. And she ends up saying how Peter is the reason for why this all happened. The main plot is good. Don't get me wrong. I love the main plot. But the side plot makes it bad, horrible, and insufferable at times. The way Lois acts is just... oh my god. Oh god, you have no fucking idea how much I've wanted to talk about this episode. Okay, so after getting his glasses busted because he made a racial statement to Ali from the Channel 5 News, he ends up wearing contacts, and as a result, this gets Angela, his boss, to notice him, and she starts to sexually harass him. The problem I have with this episode is mainly involving Lois, where Lois says something so stupid to the point where she gets no repercussions for it. For example, she says that men can't be sexually harassed because men like being touched by women. That's some bullshit, and you know it is. Men can be sexually harassed the same way women can be sexually harassed. I can't believe a fucking 19-year-old adult has to make this clear to you. And even more, they play this stuff for comedy. They're playing Peter getting sexually harassed by his boss as comedy. And they try to excuse the sexual harassment by saying that Angela was lonely. She didn't have anyone for years and years. I'm sorry, no matter how good Carrie Fisher is voice acting is, because it's a good... no, there's no redeeming this character. You attempted to... how do I say this? You attempted to take advantage of Peter's genitals for your sick game. Hey, gotta say it that way. Seriously, you attempted to do that, and you think just by saying how lonely you've been, that automatically makes it okay? No. Hate to break it to you, rape is never going to be okay. After Stewie gets his head busted, the family tries to cover it up. More specifically, Peter, Chris, and Meg. The main plot is focused on Brian taking his script and turning it into a sitcom, with James Woods coming over and taking it over. I do like the main plot. The side plot, however, is disgusting. The fact that Peter doesn't even try to take Stewie to the hospital, and he was aware of this, which is out of character because Peter is so stupid. He wouldn't tell the difference between the Tide Pods and a Pop-Tart. What the fuck? But at least the main plot was kind of funny. Like seeing Brian's script be turned into a sitcom like other sitcoms, like a generic sitcom that uses the Can't Laughter soundtrack multiple times. It's funny. I did like that, but the side plot is terrible. It's awful. In this episode, it turns out that the entire world is going to end, so everybody decides to do whatever the hell they want in their final hours. Peter decides to give his family the middle finger and do a lot of stupid stuff. And doesn't try to spend time with his family. And when Lois asks him why he doesn't want to spend time with his family, he says, and quote, he hates being around the kids. That is some bullshit because Peter has shown time and time again how he loves spending time with his kid. Like, you're an asshole. And there are multiple instances of Peter sucking up to the kids, which is just cringeworthy. Like him pulling his eye and falling out the window. It's not... I know a lot of people really don't like this episode, as it's just one of those bottle episodes where the characters stay in one position and they don't do anything. If you want to see why this episode is so great, I highly recommend you check out Alpha J's video where he talks about the significance and why this episode is great. Like every single scene, every single moment, every single thing in this episode is important to the plot. The bird, the gun, the bottle, it's all important. Even the sweater is important. I like this episode because, I don't know, we delve deep into Stewie and Brian's relationship. We even focus on Brian a little bit, as he seems to think that life, he doesn't have any purpose in there. And that I relate with that a whole lot. I always feel like my life doesn't have any purpose because I feel like, sometimes, why am I alive? Why am I around? Like, there are so many people that can do things better than me. Voice acting, drawing, writing, and YouTubing. So many people that can be better than the other. So I relate with this episode a lot. And apparently, Seth MacFarlane was depressed when he made this. So, yeah, I feel like this episode is great. And it doesn't really deserve any of the hate that it's been getting recently. Okay, this episode was made to pander to the LGBT community. Because Family Guy creator Seth MacFarlane was shocked to find out that the trans community doesn't like him. Yeah, I can definitely see why they don't like you after this episode. So, Quagmire's dad comes back, and it turns out that he's a woman trapped in a man's body, so obviously he does a sex change operation. And he scolds Quagmire for not accepting it right away. You do realize you just came into his life years of absence, right? And then you just come the fuck out of nowhere and say, listen, I am actually a woman trapped in a man's body, and I plan to have a sex change operation. You're just gonna have to accept that. It's like, it doesn't make her sympathetic at all, and it just makes her into a fucking joke. We get more idiotic moments from Lois and Peter. By basically, I don't even want to talk about this one, because I feel like Jem Reviews did a more decent job of handling this. If I were to talk about this episode, I would just go on a rant, talking about how fucking stupid these creators are. In this episode, Peter, Joe, and then later Cleveland go on a journey to find out where dirty jokes come from. I remember this episode because a lot of people were saying that this is the Family Guy Cleveland Show crossover. It's just another episode of Family Guy. It's not really a crossover with the Cleveland Show until the second act. Peter, Quagmire, Joe, and Cleveland going on a stupid adventure, doing whatever the hell they want. It's one of those episodes. It's nothing special. It's just pretty borderline bland, if anything. I would say this is another great episode. All you need to know is that Star Wars is crossing over with Family Guy. It has the typical Family Guy humor and the typical Family Guy characters. Okay, the only thing I know from this episode is that this is the only Family Guy episode to have been banned. And Okay, so Lois ends up being a surrogate mother for a friend who can't have children, but then the couple die, so Peter and her decide whether or not they should keep the child. The episode itself is very insensitive, but aside from that, it's nothing horrible. I wouldn't say it's abysmal to the point where it needs to be taken off. It's a stupid episode. It's just them talking about abortion. That's about it. Yeah, this one had a few bad episodes, man. There's some good episodes in here, but it still had its fair case of bad. So yeah. See, some people say season 6 to 7 was when the show fell downhill. Season 8 continues that reputation of doing stupid shit with the characters. Some of the characters are horribly written, specifically Lois, specifically Peter, and to an extent Brian. Let's move on to the next season. Here's the ranking scale. An absolute fan favorite of mine, and it's the highest rated Family Guy episode. Well, one of the highest rated episodes. After getting an invite, Peter and the entirety of Quahog go to James Woods' mansion so that he can make amends with every single one of them. But it starts to go south when one of the guests gets killed, and as a result, everyone has to figure out who the murderer is out of all of them. I really like this episode because it really builds on suspense. It's a great murder mystery story, and I was really hooked throughout the entire episode, which is weird because with the other episodes I completely lose my shit and I don't feel engaged. But with this one, I feel engaged. They kill like 4 to 3 characters in this one, and I gotta say, the reveal is absolutely crazy. Yep, another episode showing that Brian is just a big fat mouthpiece. Let's get this episode over with. So, it's interesting how he flip-flops his political views that quickly. After reading Rush Limbaugh's book, he does a complete 180 and defends him, despite the fact that he was pretty much bitching about how much he hated Rush Limbaugh. Like, oh my god. We get a song in this one, but it's not really that memorable. The episode itself, I don't want to give much attention. I don't like it. It's boring. It's a political mouthpiece with Seth MacFarlane giving his political views, and I can't stand it. Moving on. Peter catches Carter cheating, so as a result, he decides to blackmail him, doing a bunch of random shenanigans that aren't funny, and then he just randomly blaps it anyway. So all of that was completely pointless. They are eventually settled to get divorced, but because of status quo, everything ends up going back to normal at the end. A bland episode that really goes to show how much of a dick Peter is. And Carter wasn't a saint, but for fuck's sake, cheating on your wife? Joe and Peter decide to prank Quagmire, and then eventually he gets them back by saying that he's a Japanese air flight pilot. And there's also a side plot of Stewie experiencing his first Halloween. And then there's another side plot with Meg going to a Halloween party. It's a decent episode. I didn't really mind it that much. I thought it was a pretty good episode with different side plots that are interesting. The weakest one is Meg's, the strongest would be Stewie's, and the second weakest will be Peter's plot. Because it's basically just Peter and Joe being a bunch of assholes. There's a moment where Quagmire sleeps with Joe. Yeah, that's so funny. Lois ends up joining a boxing match, and it's basically a reskinned version of Lethal Weapons from Season 3, Episode 7. It has the same setup. Lois ends up going into something that she doesn't want to do, but she only does it because Peter ends up annoying the shit out of her. She pretty much uses this thing because she wants to vent her frustrations, and she can't punch Peter, despite the fact that you've sexually assaulted him, and you continue to beat the crap out of him over the course of the series. So, what are you talking about? In this episode, Brian writes a bestseller, and as a result, he decides to become an even bigger douche nozzle than before. And he's even worse to Stewie. But luckily, he gets taken apart by Bill Maher in the final act, but throughout the entire episode, we're just watching Brian being snotty. Again, I can see why PhantomStrider put this in one of his worst episodes list. Brian is just very unpleasant. He comes off as such a smug, self-centered son of a bitch. After getting blown off by Santa Claus at the mall, Stewie sets sail to go to the North Pole with Brian on his tail so that he can get revenge on Kris Kringle. But when he gets there, it turns out that it's a wasteland. It's not happy and jolly. It's a terrible wasteland. It's dark. It's nasty. Some people actually say this is the worst road to, but I actually do like it. It's kind of that black humor that I kind of like, which is weird because I tend to smash Family Guy and some of its other black humor. But with this one, I find it interesting. It's an interesting take on Santa Claus. Essentially, he's just tired and he's sick because of how selfish the world has become. Because let's be real, when it comes to the holidays, we're all selfish. We do anything we want for the money, to get that present, to get the game systems. I mean, I see it as kind of a commentary as well. I do like it. After Peter drinks kerosene because he can't drink any Red Bull, he becomes, this.
Whoa, paramedics, come on down!
So he ends up drinking it, and as a result, he destroys his kidneys. So Brian offers to have his kidneys removed, but in the procedure, it would kill him. Yeah, I've never heard dog kidneys in a human's body. That makes no sense. And obviously, I knew this was an ass pull, and I knew this was bullshit, because even the doctor knew from the beginning he was going to donate his kidneys to Peter. So this whole thing kind of feels pointless. They try to emotionally bait you with this one, basically thinking that, oh, is Brian going to give up his life to save Peter? Of course he's not. The status quo is God, remember? And when they do kill off Brian, they end up bringing him back one episode. We're not going to go there yet. We're not going to go there. I will save that for later. Lois ends up befriending one of the co-stars, Joyce Kenny, from the Channel 5 News, and it's revealed that she pretty much blackmailed her because she embarrassed her for the sake of petty beef at high school. I will give credit that the episode does give background to Joyce Kenny, but it ends up being pretty weak and lackluster. I pretty much just saw her as a bland, cheap Diane Simmons replacement. And yeah, the episode ends up being pretty bleh. Peter and Brian are forced to attend a 12-step meeting to help get their drinking problems under control. After not listening and basically covering it up and not taking responsibility for his drinking problems, Peter ends up crashing the car and ends up killing himself. So as a result, he gets a visit from Death, and he gives him 2 views of what his life will be with and without alcohol. This episode is fine. It kind of reminds me a lot of, I think it was one of the earlier seasons where basically Peter dies and he ends up having to have Death come to visit him so he could teach a lesson. That's what this episode feels like. It's a rehash, but at the same time, it kind of helps Peter with his drinking problem. Oh wait, no it doesn't, because guess what? He ends up drinking in the next episodes after this one. To stop Kris from beating his meat all around the house, they decide to give him a hobby. So he starts to hang out with an old man who is a puppeteer, but it turns out that he's actually a Nazi. So as a result, he ends up kidnapping Kris and then later Peter. So this leads Herbert to come over and to protect him and to save him. Yeah, he's no hero. He's still you know, the P word. He still looks after little boys. Just because you give him a heroic moment doesn't mean I'm automatically going to side with him. Don't give me that crap. While taking care of Joe, Meg develops a crush on him. I wonder if that's familiar. And then there's a side plot of Stewie splitting himself into 2, one that is evil and one that is good. And then it leads to him and Brian tracking him down so that they can stop him. The side plot is interesting, but they don't really focus that much on it. We mostly spend our time with Meg and Joe, and it's basically the same episode. Like, remember the episode Barely Legal where Meg fell in love with Brian? That's the same episode. It's the same episode. After destroying Peter's dirt bike, the kids get scolded, and as a result, we go into the typical cliche of them switching places with each other, realizing that their lives are better than the other. Well, except for Kris. He actually takes a liking to Peter's job, and then this leads to Peter trying to find another job. Jesus, they've done this so many times. So many times it becomes repetitive and annoying. But eventually, the status quo kicks in, forcing Chris to give up his job and go back to being a regular kid. Brian ends up getting help from Quagmire so that he can end up getting a girl to notice him. And Brian ends up dating a girl named Cheryl Teagues. And to get back at Brian, Quagmire decides to date a girl named Jillian. Hey, you remember Jillian? Yeah, we haven't seen her in a little bit. The episode could have been stronger if it ended with Quagmire and Brian actually working things out. But no, turns out they're still enemies, which is, this whole thing between them is so stupid. Like, why are they enemies? They've never shared negative interaction in the earlier seasons. After getting dumped by her last boyfriend, Carol ends up with Adam West, and that's the only thing I remember from this episode. That's all you need to know. I will give the episode credit that it does give a heartwarming moment between him and her, like Adam West and Carol, because, Carol's been through a lot. And it was nice that they lasted long until Adam West eventually passed away. Rest in peace. It's a heartwarming episode, but it's still not one of the more greater episodes I've seen. Stewie uses his time machine to pretty much embarrass every single moment of Brian's life. After the time machine overreacts, they somehow manage to make a big bang. And then Bertram, yeah, you remember him, decides to go back in time to kill Stewie's ancestors so that he'll cease to exist. So it's up to Brian and Stewie to stop him. Another classic episode that I really love. This episode's of just your classic Brian and Stewie going on an adventure to make sure that Bertram doesn't kill Stewie's ancestors. Another good Stewie and Brian adventure. Bonnie and Lois go on a vacation where Bonnie says, without hesitation, that she wants to have an affair with just about anyone. So she essentially says, fuck my son, fuck my daughter, and fuck my husband. Therefore, she has become my least favorite character in the show because of that. There's a side plot of Peter homeschooling Chris and Meg, but who the fuck cares about that? Honestly, Bonnie has become one of the worst characters in the series. The fact that she hates Joe for no real reason, because in the earlier seasons they seem to really love each other and seem to really care about each other. But now it's gone down to, oh, I hate my marriage. My marriage isn't great, Lois. I want to have an affair for no real reason. I'll have sex with just about anyone. The final installment, and it ends up being just as great as the episodes itself. Yeah, it's a little weaker compared to the other ones, but it's still decent. I'll give it that. It's Star Wars. It's always going to be great. It has its classic Family Guy humor. The characters win just like the characters in the movie, and I'll give it credit for that. So, Season 9 had some hits and misses, but mostly misses. I did not care for any of the episodes in here. Oh, thank God we got to Season 10. Given the fact that it's been 10 years since Family Guy has been on the air, you'd think that they would put their best foot forward and they would make the best season they possibly can. They do not. Okay, so first off, this whole episode is a giant ripoff of the first episode. Basically, where the Griffins get rich and they do whatever they want. Except what made the first episode great was Peter's characterization. Because, yeah, he did steal from the government, but at the same time, he wanted to give his family everything they ever wanted. In this episode, he's a douchebag that abuses his friends. And overall, it's just not a good episode. And the fact that Joe and Quagmire immediately forgive Peter at the end, it's not deserved. He was an outright douchebag to them and basically saying how he doesn't need them. During a ratings trap where all three of Seth MacFarlane's shows, the other being American Dad and The Cleveland Show, it took place during the same hurricane. Out of the three, this one was the worst. After a hurricane knocks out their satellite dish, the Griffins try to find out what they're going to do for the next couple of hours indoors. There's a side plot of Brian taking some shrooms, and as a result, we get a big acid trip. Just look at this. This is disgusting. It's basically one of those bottle episodes where the characters spend time in one location throughout the entire episode. Meg stood up to her abusive family, calling them out for their bullshit, and after they run away crying, and after they act like little bitches for it, she decides to say, oh, never mind, you guys are not the problem. It was me all along. Fuck this episode. Oh boy. So after Quagmire almost dies of autoerotic asphyxiation, his sister and her abusive boyfriend Jeff come over. And oh my god, this character is so over-exaggerative, it's not even funny. And also, this really goes to show that Family Guy does not understand subtlety. For God's sake, the episode is called Screams of Silence. Quagmire has to deal with the fact that his sister is being abused by this guy, and instead of building his sister up, he decides to say, you don't deserve to be called a woman if you're in an abusive relationship. Coming from a sex offender, okay, so basically this goes against the last episode, because the last episode said that if you were in an abusive relationship, you are strong for it. Now you're going to go against that last one's message? Overall, this episode sucks, and they can't take anything seriously, because, hey, look, random cutaway gag. After he destroys Brian's car, Stewie plans to run away, and there's a side plot of Peter hanging out with Ryan Reynolds. Okay, I will admit, I did like this episode, but it's kind of similar to the episode where he paints Luke Perry as gay. But even then, it turns out Luke Perry was gay. Ryan Reynolds is just funny as hell. The main plot with Stewie, it kind of ends up being insignificant as he just goes back home at the end of the episode, so, you know. Wow. You made a decent episode. I will give you credit. I'll give you an A++ for that. Stewie and Brian travel back in time to the pilot, and the old animation still holds up. Look at this. It looks great. It looks perfect. So essentially, they spend their time in 1999, and Brian ends up ruining it because he ends up telling his past self about 9/11 and talking about how J.K. Rowling made Harry Potter, you know, that kind of thing. So they end up going back in time until multiple Brians and Stewies and even a Peter jump in. Basically, I do love this episode. It's a great episode, and it's easily one of my favorites. It's a pretty bland episode of Thanksgiving. The Griffins and their friends end up having a Thanksgiving dinner, and it turns out that Kevin Swanson comes back, Joe's son. Yeah, you remember him. It turns out that he left the army, and as a result, we have a stupid plot about that. Pretty bland episode, nothing too special, it's mediocre. After going to Six Flags and after killing multiple children and people, because Peter wanted to go on a ride, but he was too big for, so he thinks that wearing a girdle is going to make things better. The main plot is focused on the Griffins going to an Amish town. This whole episode reminds me a lot of Season 3, Episode 12, where the family ends up going to this place, and as a result, the kids fall in love with the kids of that town, and then they eventually leave. This is the same thing. Meg falls in love with an Amish guy. Eventually, the Amish dad doesn't want the Amish kid to hang out with the Griffin's kid anymore, so they end up leaving, but the only difference here is that this kid actually follows the Griffins to where they live. But overall, another bland one that's not really worth going into. Peter and the gang decide to ditch the girls and go on their own little trip, but they end up getting arrested and basically imprisoned. There's also a little side plot of Lois, Bonnie, and Donna getting drunk and basically just being dumb. I do like this episode, believe it or not. I thought it was a decent one. Like, you can play it in the background and you can kind of hear it, but yeah. After an accident, Babs suggests that Carter goes into retirement given the fact that he's old. Again, this episode reminds me a whole lot of Holy Crap from Season 2, Episode 2, where Francis goes into retirement and he basically continues working. But the only difference here is that Carter ends up really losing himself, to the point where he's not even functional as a human being. Seriously. They're just rehashing episodes at this point. What the hell? After Meg turns 18, as a result, Quagmire decides to spit game. And he even goes as far as taking her to his,
Peter, Quagmire has a name for that cabin. He calls it his sex cabin.
No, he doesn't. He calls it the stuff it in.
Yeah, that. I give this episode credit because Peter actually decides to be an overprotective dad for once. Yeah, it's pretty predictable, and it kind of reminds me a lot of Peter's Daughter, Season 6, Episode 7. Yeah, you're not that slick. You see, there are multiple examples of the show just copying itself from earlier episodes. It's not even trying to be clever. I see what you're doing, Seth. You're not slick. Brian ends up getting with a girl that hates dogs, so he ends up playing himself to being a human for Stewie to help him later in the ending of the episode. And Stewie ends up making things worse. That's lovely. Stewie's not really that stupid, but what can I say? And we have a side plot of Peter constantly falling down the stairs. Yeah, they're not really that funny, but it's alright. But I do want to note that they reused the same audio twice. But ultimately, yeah, this episode is a Brian loves this girl, and he does everything in his power to make sure that he doesn't screw it up, but he ends up screwing it up anyway. Stewie's friend Scotty ends up collapsing at his house, and it's revealed that he's suffering from Hodgkin's lymphoma. And it's apparently treatable, but his family doesn't want him to do that because they're Christian scientists. Therefore, they don't believe in medicine. So Lois decides to help out Scotty. Personally, Lois doesn't even care that much to help out her own kids, so I find it weird that she's helping out another kid. But overall, I give the episode credit that she's actually helping somebody. She's actually helping a kid in need. But at the same time, Lois, it's none of your fucking business. Peter decides to help out Tom Tucker be an actor in Hollywood after realizing that he played Michael Myers from the Halloween franchise. There's also a side plot of Chris dating a girl named Lindsay, who looks a lot like Lois. The only thing I remember of this episode is that James Woods comes back after getting killed off from There Were Fewer episodes. And it turns out he came back because he's rich. We have the plot where Peter ends up helping somebody, but then ends up helping this other person because he's a fucking idiot. Because the talking dolphin gave Peter a Mercedes, and because he's having marital problems, he decides to stay at Peter's house. There's also a side plot that really goes to show that Brian is a fucking simp. And if you really want to see more of it, watch Alpha J's video, because Alpha J really delves deep into how much of a simp Brian is. We see Brian being a dick again, not helping Stewie, not helping his classmates, and instead just saying, oh, she's really trying her hardest, even though she's not. She's a bitch. In this episode, it really reminded me how distant and dickish Quagmire can be. The main plot is mainly focused on Quagmire, Mort, and Peter doing an insurance fraud for the sake of money. I'm kind of bothered that Joe let them go at the end. And even the family points this out later, so I remember this episode brought back Lois's brother, Patrick. But aside from that, after entering a hot dog eating contest, a fat guy by the name of, that name, really wants to kill Chris because of it. And then there's a side plot of Brian constantly scaring Stewie with an album cover. Yeah, I hated the side plot, but the main plot was decent enough. But I also started to notice that they showed Barry from the American Dad series. Like, he's right there. That's pretty nice as well. Lois and Stewie tell Brian that he's really only Peter's property, a dog, and not his friend. So Stewie puts them through a whole scenario with Joe, Quagmire, Brian, and Peter being the only ones left on Earth. I actually did like this one. This is a good one, because we actually see Peter and Brian's friendship being put to the test. You're rehashing this from Season 1, Episode 11, where Brian felt like he was treated as a dog when he should have been treated as a friend. Yeah, it's the same thing. I see it. You're not slick. After watching Jolly Farm with Stewie, Peter decides to run his own TV show. This sounds very, very similar to, PTV. There's also a side plot with Meg becoming a surgeon a little bit until she gets kicked out. Lois telling Peter to stop doing this. He doesn't listen. He ends up getting himself almost killed, and then eventually he learns his lesson. Again, a ripoff of PTV. After having a one-night stand with a broad, Brian takes Peter to the park as an apology. He runs into this woman named Vanellope, pretty much a female version of himself. There's a side plot of Quagmire and Peter sleeping together because Peter has a habit of rolling over in his sleep. and therefore he crushed Lois, and then they have Lucy and Ricky beds. This is another good one, mainly because of its main plot. After Meg gets kidnapped, Brian and Stewie decide that they have to save her. I actually do like this one as well. We have another Brian and Stewie adventure where neither of them are dicks and they're actually looking out for Meg. I like that. After getting his business shut down, Peter joins the Tea Party, which is owned by Carter Peterschman, who is trying to get rid of the government for his own motives. Boring. Weakest one. The first segment is about the Griffins being British, and that joke wears thin very quickly. The second one is about Peter turning everybody into Robin Williams. Rest in peace. And the third one is basically following Stewie's point of view. I do like the third one. The second one is pretty good. The first one was bad. It's basically just, hey, the Griffins as the British people. Not that funny. Moving on. This marks the fourth installment in the chicken fight fiasco, but that's not important. The important part is that Joe ends up having an affair, and as a result, Bonnie wants to have a divorce because of it, after finding out about this. I find this fucking rich, given the fact that you already had an affair with Joe. Like, what the fuck? Are you sure? Like, you're gonna call Joel out for cheating you, but you cheated on him first? What kind of shit is that? This is why Bonnie is my least favorite character in the series. Shit like this. The second Joe cheats on her, it's a whole big issue. But when she cheats on him, oh, it's okay. I don't like Joe. I hate my marriage. I hate my kids. Fuck every bit of love that we had in the earlier seasons. It doesn't matter. And the ending doesn't even feel deserved. Because I feel like Bonnie should have some consequences in this one. For fuck's sake, she cheated on him. And they try saying, oh, but she never slept with Francois. It doesn't matter. She attempted to. Come on. And she did sleep with somebody. Let's not forget that. So fuck Bonnie and fuck this episode. Season 10 was not terrible. It's not the worst season. It had some very bad episodes, but at the same time, it was decent at the very least. But overall, a pretty meh season. Nothing too much to scream on about this one. Yeah, here's the ranking scale. After running into her old boyfriend, Ross Fishman, yeah, remember him? He's from Season 3, Episode 19, who acts like a bigger dick in this episode by saying how his family is awesome and they can do anything. So the Griffins decide to challenge them by climbing up Mount Everest. The only problem I have with this episode is that they pretend like this rivalry that they've had has been an ongoing thing throughout the entire series, despite the fact that they've interacted once. And even then, it was just Ross himself, not the entire family. So this whole ongoing petty rivalry doesn't make sense. But other than that, the episode itself was fine. Seeing the family actually go up to Mount Everest was actually pretty cool. I actually did like it. Because the Griffins become a Nielsen family, Peter becomes drunk with power and decides to control every network on TV. And then eventually the whole town gets mad at them. This eventually leads to this whole thing is stupid because the Griffins have done so much worse than this. They've done way worse shit than this. Trust me, I've sit through 11 seasons of this shit. I mean, I did remember this one joke they made where Homer Simpson appears out of nowhere saying how he ruined television and how he needs to fix it. Fun fact, he's actually played by his actual voice actor, Dan Castellaneta. That's interesting. The first couple of minutes focus on Quagmire changing himself because it turns out that he's bald. So he decides to embrace the true self. Like I haven't seen this plot before. Like from the episode Season 4, Episode 21. The main plot actually starts 7 minutes in, and we find out that Carter's dying from cancer, only for him to get better within a couple of days. It's revealed that he's made a cure for cancer, but he hasn't published it. And at the end of the episode, he doesn't publish it. So what the hell was the point? Brian kept using Stewie's time machine so that he can bring babes over, because Brian's a douchebag. So because of this, he tries to reverse the time because it shows the amount of times that he's used the time machine. So he tries to reverse it. As a result, the time machine goes haywire and everything flows backwards. I like this episode purely because it does a lot of, it's a fan servicey episode because we see a lot of old episodes making their appearance into this one. So I like it. I like this one. The one thing I hate about this episode is that it retcons Season 1, Episode 5, A Neighbor Sits Next Door. It's revealed that the Grinch crippled Joe, and now we have this whole storyline about him tracking down Bobby Briggs. They didn't have to retcon that. That was the coolest thing I've seen in this entire show, and now it's retconned for the sake of this dumbass plot. But the episode itself is decent, I guess, but I'm still pissed. There's also a side plot of Brian trying to prove that dogs are better than cats. It doesn't really have that much plot to it, it's just a bunch of stupid scenes, and we don't need to talk about that. Because Peter made fun of her age, Lois starts to go through a midlife crisis, while Stewie ends up fighting an evil turtle that he adopted. I like the side plot, but the main plot is cringy as all hell. We have this, and then Peter eventually acts like himself, like from the earlier seasons, like saying how he wants to go to bed, he doesn't want to do this anymore, and then eventually Lois ends up being a bitch to him. This whole stupid plot we've seen before in the series, it's nothing that relatively new. It even copies some episodes that they've already done before, like the episodes where she wanted to be a boxer, she ends up doing it because of Peter. Like the episodes where she decides to take Kung Fu, she did it because of Peter. This whole thing that she's doing is because of Peter. Meg has a crush on this guy at school, but it's revealed that he's actually gay and he's interested in Chris. And she's so desperate to get him to like her. But there's also a side plot of Stewie thinking that the guy likes him, but that doesn't even go anywhere. So we have this whole plot of Meg trying to get Chris to sleep with this guy, even though Chris is not gay. There is actually a heartwarming moment between Chris and her, but she ended up ruining it because, I don't know, man. While decorating the Christmas tree, Peter tells the story of Christmas. Yeah, it's pretty boring, but it's decent. It got a few laughs out of me. The more obvious one is them trying to find out a name for Jesus by saying, well, we live in a barn, we can call him Barney. Look, I know it's a corny joke, but you gotta take what you can get from this show. This is the episode. This is where it all began. This is where Family Guy started to rip on Bob's Burgers. The animation on Bob's Burgers is not that bad. Cut the shit. You're just bitter and you're just being a little bitch because that show is more popular than your show. That doesn't mean you have to throw shade at them. I'm sorry. It's just, I don't like that. So, Chris wants to go to space camp because his family called him stupid and they wonder what he's going to do with his life in the future. After one incident, they end up all going to space, the entire family. It's kind of reminiscent of the episode where they went on Mount Everest. It reminds me of that. I enjoyed it on the same level as the Mount Everest episode. Brian makes a play, and as a result, Stewie ends up writing his own play to put his to shame. Jasper makes an appearance in this episode. That's nice, but I don't care. I did like it, but Brian ended up being a little prissy bitch because Stewie actually has talent and he has a voice over Brian. Obviously, he didn't like that. So he tries to destroy Stewie's script, but luckily he saved it. And it basically just continues on this bitter road where Brian ends up being a bitter alcoholic because Stewie is better than him. After drinking all night with the guys, Quagmire married a hooker. This is the third time that Glenn has been married. Well, two. He married Lois, but that's been retconned, so it doesn't count. Overall, Quagmire tries to break it off by proving that he's gay. I mean, yeah, I'll give it credit that it does have a heartwarming moment where Peter actually does want to help out Quagmire, but he has to do a bunch of stupid bullshit before they actively go over there. And then when Quagmire outright calls him out for it, he acts like a little bitch. Whatever, moving on. This is the episode that shows everybody how they're spending their Valentine's Day. And for what it's worth, it's a pretty good episode. There's actually a few moments that are funny and kind of feel reminiscent of the earlier seasons. Each one is funny, each one is good, and it doesn't feel like it's mean-spirited or whatever. After Meg catches Chris stealing his mom's money so that he can get some new shoes, she ends up deciding to blackmail him. This causes Chris to go live with Herbert. And then there's a side plot of Stewie listening to Aunt Murray and decides to track her down for it and meet her in person, along with Brian on his tail. I think this episode is a little mean-spirited because the fact that Meg would blackmail Chris because of this, there's no reason because Chris hasn't done anything mean to her in this episode. Although I like Meg standing up for herself and standing up against the scum that is her family, this didn't rub right with me. Because Peter blew all of their money on a freaking Falcon, Lois is forced to work again. She's working on a phone sex hotline. Here we go! And then she ends up being shocked when Peter ends up using it. So she decides to catch him in the act of cheating. Even though Lois, the stupid bitch, has cheated on Peter multiple times. And that's another thing. I also feel like people should notice her voice. It's not like she's trying to cover up her voice. You could easily tell, hey, is that Lois? You could easily tell that's Lois. Peter becomes friends with a Muslim guy, but isn't aware that they plan on destroying the bridge in Quahog. This episode reminds me a lot of Hell Comes to Quahog, Season 5, Episode 3, where Megan ends up running for an evil store without realizing it. It's a little different, but it still ends up being the same thing, same plot. After Mayor West is on trial for murder, this results in Peter, Brian, and 10 other characters deciding whether he's guilty or not, having a big discussion. So, 12 Angry Men. If you've seen the movie, I guess you can find this entertaining or not. I don't. It's a lot of filler, it's a lot of boredom, and it's just dragging itself out at a slow rate. This is the closest thing to an American Dad and Family Guy crossover you're going to get. We get another song in this one where they plan on going to a Canadian bar, but it ends up going south when Peter messed up the plane because he's an idiot, and as a result, he needs to fix the problem, but instead he gets lost, and he ends up becoming feral. This episode is so stupid. I don't like this episode at all. We have to waste our time with a bunch of bullshit to actually get to the actual plot of Peter being a feral. We have to deal with bullshit of him messing up, him getting Quagmire and Joe hurt, and as a result, it just ended up being another bad episode. Stewie has to go save Rupert since he's been recalled for being a murder toy. Lois ends up being friends with Joe and Quagmire, causing Peter to be jealous. It's like, I didn't mind the main plot. The main plot was fine. It's just, the side plot is just predictable, with Peter becoming jealous, and eventually Lois stops being friends with them so that Peter can stop being a little bitch. You might notice that I have little emotion in my voice, because after 11 seasons, who really cares at this point? The show should have been long gone. Even Seth MacFarlane himself said the show should have stopped at season 7. So nowadays, these episodes are just boring, just lackluster, and they're just copying certain elements they've already done from previous episodes. So sorry if I have a lack of emotion in my voice, but this whole thing is just boring as hell. After Horace, the guy who runs the bar, dies, the clam ends up being shut down, but Peter and the guys decide to start drinking in there anyway. They try to find their own hangout place. So they decide to start drinking in the clam, and it ends up getting bulldozed to the ground, but luckily they stand their ground and Jerome buys the bar. Or maybe if the bar is going down, if it got destroyed already, you could, I don't know, make a bar in the basement. Like, we spend half the episode on bullshit of them trying to find a place to hang out. You could easily make a bar in the basement like you did in Season 1, Episode 4, Mind Over Murder. It's that simple. In this episode, the Griffins decide to move from Quahog to somewhere else because of how unsafe it is. There's this line that Lois says that I'm going to tear to shreds. She says how she wanted to raise her kids in a wholesome place. This is the same place that kicked your asses out because Stewie threw up in church, Season 5, Episode 15. This is the same town that got pissed off at you guys because you messed up TV, Season 11, Episode 2. And this is the same town where a guy tried to track Chris down because he witnessed a convenience store robbery. Season 3, Episode 12. Yeah, right. Wholesome environment. Don't give me that crap. Anyway, they decide to go to a farm, and they find this meth lab, and they decide to make money, and they do a great job of it, while Brian decides to move away and join State Tech. Just going to a college. He hasn't done well before. I don't know if he can do well with this one. Stewie and Brian decide to go to Vegas, but there ends up being a catch. They try taking one of the time machines, but it ends up splitting them in two. One that made it to Vegas and the other that didn't. I actually did like this one. This one was pretty good, but I have to put it a little bit lower because of this scene where Brian has Stewie shot in the head. Yeah, what a lovable character. The character I've come to love over the course of the years. But other than that, aside from that one moment, the episode is still fine. It's not that bad. After Chris becomes boyfriend and girlfriend with a Barrington, Peter ends up becoming a mentor towards the club, resulting in Carter getting kicked out because he's such an ass kisser. It's one of those episodes where Peter is more powerful than Carter. Eventually, he gives his position back to Carter. I've seen this plot done before. Another shitty season. I'm not holding back. These episodes are shit, man. They're lucky enough to get a fucking 6 or fucking 8 out of me. Okay, we're in season 12 now. In this episode, Peter and the rest of his family and friends decide to go on a treasure hunt. It's essentially the whole episode. It's pretty boring. It's not that interesting. And Peter acts like a total dick by punching Chris in the face so that he doesn't get the treasure. A bland episode that's not that interesting. It results in everybody being an asshole because they want so hard to get this treasure. And guess what the treasure is? A goddamn coupon. It turns out that Peter has a vestigial twin on the side of his neck. The whole plot of this episode, it's so annoying purely because of Seth MacFarlane's annoying portrayal of the character. He pitch shifts his voice, and as a result, it sounds very grating to the ears. I remember watching this as a kid, and I hated this episode. Not only that, my parents didn't like this episode either. They thought it was stupid as hell. Quagmire ends up finding a girl that's just as kinky, crazy, and giggity-giggity-goo as him. This is the fourth girl that Quagmire's been in a relationship with. There's a side plot of Stewie reconnecting with his old teddy bear. It was never hinted in the early seasons that he had a fucking blue teddy bear, but what can you do? I do like this episode because of the main plot about Quagmire finally getting somebody that's kinky as him, but she tends to take that kinkiness a little too far. It reminds me a lot of the American Dad episode A.T. the Abusive Terrestrial, Season 2, Episode 12. Which one did it better? I would say American Dad. The main plot focuses on Meg turning to Quagmire because she's about to fight a bully that's known for killing people. And the other plot is about Brian dealing with Peter constantly showing himself naked. So as a result, he needs to give him a taste of his own medicine. Another underwhelming episode I didn't care much for. I will admit that the heartwarming moment of Quagmire helping Meg is nice, but this episode is another example of how Family Guy has this nasty habit of constantly showing vulgar and gross out and gore. This is another episode where the gore factor is grouped up to 100. Like, jeez. In this episode, the Griffins take a trip to Italy, and because Peter likes it there so much, he ends up destroying the family's passports, so now they have to find another way to get back to Rhode Island. It's another one of those episodes where the family goes to a different destination. They like it there, except there's a difference here because Peter loves it so much, destroys his passports, so now they have to find a way to get back. Well, it was only a matter of time before we got to the more infamous episode in the entire series. In this episode, Brian dies and the family gets a new dog, and Stewie has a hard time adjusting to this change, so he decides to try to get rid of him. This episode is notorious because it essentially was just the writers trying to bait their fans and emotionally manipulate them by killing off a character that they've grown an attachment to for 12 years. And the episode itself is not funny. The emotion doesn't work because Brian hasn't been likable for a couple of years now. And it's obvious that this was a ratings trap. I could easily see through that. And the worst part about this whole thing, even when they bring in Vinny and they add him to the main lineup, they bring Brian back one episode later. So what was the point of killing him off then? This whole episode pretty much becomes irrelevant and insignificant. This whole thing... Oh my god. I want to make a review of this, but I would basically be repeating what everybody else said. Another episode where Peter ends up going with Quagmire and they decide to make a band because they realize they sing well together. Fun fact, they are actually voiced by the same person, in case you haven't noticed that. It's an exact copy of the episode where Lois and Peter decide to become a band. The only difference is that plot was actually funny, this plot isn't funny. There's a whole segment where Peter says he wants to kill his family with a knife. This is the episode that brought back Brian. That's all you need to know. So everything you know about Vinny being part of the main cast was pointless. Everything about Brian's death was pointless. Ergo, this episode can blow me. Peter ends up losing his job because he went crazy with this forklift. Again, Lois gets a job, and because she's technically the man of the house, this means Peter cannot perform well in bed. Another boring and predictable episode. They've done this whole Lois getting a job thing multiple times. Stewie can't fall asleep, so Peter reads him a bedtime story of Little Red Riding Hood, Cinderella, and Jack and the Beanstalk. A basic episode, and for that, I'll give it credit. But I remember this episode because of how gory and disgusting this episode was. See, if you want to see how much it's not funny anymore, just look at all the gore and gross out and shock humor. I mean, the final shot is of Meg hanging herself. Do I think this episode is the worst of the series? No, but it still is pretty bad. Brian tries to emotionally reconnect with Dylan so that he can get a writing gig on his show. There's a side plot of Peter shooting Quagmire, and as a result, they basically are no longer friends anymore. They hate each other, and Peter tries to get Joe to be friends with him, but he immediately picks Quagmire. Because let's be real, Peter is an asshole. This episode goes to show how disgusting, vindictive, and terrible both Brian and Peter have become. They've become villains in the later seasons. Brian is obnoxious, and while he's not as big of a scumbag as Peter, who is mentally retarded and a sadistic, cruel asshole, it still is a bad episode. For God's sake, it literally says that Brian is a bad father. He manipulated his son just so he can advance his career. What kind of shit? What shit is that? You haven't seen your kid for years, and this is the best way you can reconnect with him? by manipulating him just so you can get a writing gig and advance your career? Yeah, Father of the Year, am I right? This episode is anything but funny. While the side plot with Stewie isn't that bad, the main plot is disgusting. So after Peter's mom dies, he ends up meeting his mom's longtime friend, who ends up beginning to sexually harass Peter. I never got these kind of jokes on Family Guy. They do a lot of rape jokes over and over the course of the series. And this plot has already been done before with Angela and Peter and Brian and Meg. So it's basically the same plot done over and over and over again. Okay, I'll be straight honest with you guys. I don't remember much about this episode. All I remember is that Peter and the gang try searching for God so that he can stop interacting with their games. That's about it. Next one. Another episode to show how disgusting, revolting, and cruel Peter is. Peter outright says to Chris that he doesn't want to spend time with him. So Chris ends up spending time with his grandpa, and because he spent time with his grandpa, he makes him a sole heir to his fortune. And the worst part is that Peter decides to marry his son. Why not actually interact with your son like you did in the early seasons? Why not you actually be a great father? No, I'm going to marry him. And this is something I've noticed over the course of 2 Seth MacFarlane shows. Why is it that they keep doing incest jokes? It's not funny. Even American Dad falls victim to this. There are multiple disgusting moments in this episode, like Meg saying to Chris that their bath is ready, Peter cutting somebody's head off, Carter breaking his ankle, and Chris hand-jobbing his grandpa. Multiple disgusting examples that are not funny. It's gross. It's disgusting. The main plot focuses on Peter smoking, and then eventually he is used for an anti-smoking ad. The other plot is focused on Stewie trying to help Chris with bullying, and then eventually Chris decides to be a dick and lock his baby brother in his backpack so that he can use him for school. Chris, you're an asshole. The way you just lock your baby brother in your backpack just because you can be popular. And the main plot with Peter is just boring. I do like the ending of the joke where he thinks that everything can go back to normal just because music fades over the house. That was funny. Another episode that shows how shitty of a person Brian is. Brian gives Stewie herpes. And there we go. And there's a side plot of Peter and the guys trying to get their booth back, but they end up getting bullied by these army guys. Another episode that really shows how cruel Brian is. Joe, Peter, and Quagmire get bullied for no reason. Same thing with Stewie. He ends up getting bullied as well. And overall, it's just not a fun episode. The messages are stupid. So you're telling me that military guys can get away with whatever they want. That's not true. You know it is. And the side plot of Brian saying that he will no longer lie to Stewie. That's the message? Not the fact that you fucked up your friend's life? You knew that bringing Brian back was a mistake. An exact copy of Season 2's episode where Peter ends up becoming royal, and as a result, the family try to get him back to normal. Same thing with the gay episode, where Peter turns gay and the family tries to turn him back to normal. Same thing where Peter gets amnesia and they try to get him back to normal. Peter becomes smart and the family try to get him back to normal. Let's not waste any time on this. Let's move on. Chris ends up dating Jerome's daughter, Pam, which is weird because it was never hinted that he had a daughter. But you have to do it for the sake of ass pull. So the kids end up running away with each other because their fathers, well, more specifically, Jerome doesn't want Pam to hang out with Chris because, according to him, white people don't want a relationship with black women. Chris, I've lost count, but obviously Chris does not have chemistry with this other character. It's just made for the sake of a stupid plot. I do like the song in this one. It's decent, but overall, it's not a good episode. Peter and Meg take a trip to a college interview. Along the way, he and Meg start to bond. Brian ends up living outside because he got sprayed by a skunk. Overall, the episode is not anything interesting. I will give the episode credit that we actually do see Meg and Peter bond. It's kind of nice to see these two interact in a friendlier light since season 6 or 5. I don't know, man. I've lost count. But, yeah. Cleveland comes back, but he ends up getting ruined when Chris gets spanked by Donna for breaking a vase. And as a result, her and Lois get into an argument and ban Peter and Cleveland from seeing each other. It's a boring, predictable episode, and these two bitches need to chill the fuck out and stop. Stewie gets mad at his family because they ended up ruining his TV show, so he decides to live in a new home with British people. He doesn't like it, and he decides to go back to his old family. It's a predictable episode. You know how it's gonna go. You just know it. I'm gonna say this right now. Out of all the seasons that I've watched, season 12 is by far the worst season. Not one episode, I'll tell you right now, not one episode managed to get past a 7.1. That's how bad this season is. You know shit's bad when not one goddamn episode got past a 7.1. Really shows how far the show's gone down the shitter, right? I remember I used to like this episode when I was a kid in elementary school, but now I see it for what it is, a ratings trap. I did like this episode because it does make fun of itself. It does make fun of how both shows are a ripoff of the Flintstones, like they threw the Flintstones in there for the sake of a joke. We have some good interactions with the characters, but overall, I don't think the Family Guy universe works well with the Simpsons universe. The Simpsons is a more family-friendly show, and Family Guy is a more edgy show. So some of the jokes played in the Simpsons universe don't work. But it has some genuinely fun moments, but at the same time, it doesn't change how it's a ratings trap. Peter and Joe work together to get Joe's children's book to be a major success. Brian ends up taking a liking to running to impress some girl, but he actually likes it, so he starts to keep doing it. Up until he becomes obsessed to the point where he looks like this.
What is it, Brat? Oh my God!
Hey, could you close the gate? Couple of calves got loose.
The main plot is pretty predictable, and it reminds me of one of the earlier season episodes where Joe was, the Paralympics, and he thought he was a big shot. But it's a little bit different here because Peter ends up taking credit, thinking that he's the big shot. Peter and Lois decide to open up a cookie shop together. Peter acts like an asshole and ends up turning it into a strip club with cookies there. Yeah, he ended up rehashing this idea from season 1. Another Brian is a dumbass and Peter is a dumbass moment squished into one. We have an episode where Brian and Peter fight. Brian ends up having his teeth smashed out because of Peter. Quagmire hooks him up, and as a result, Brian becomes a real estate agent because of his new teeth. And he acts like a scumbag towards Quagmire, even though Quagmire helped him by giving him a house that doesn't look anything he advertised. 2 characters being dicks in one episode. Wow, that's got to be a new record now. That's 2 times they've done this. After Brian and Peter hang out one night, they ended up eating the Thanksgiving turkey, so as a result, they have to go get a new one. There's a side plot with Stewie trying to help Chris become the man of the house, given the fact that Peter's out. One of the problems I have with this episode is Peter. He blames Brian for eating the turkey even though he didn't even eat the turkey, just because he didn't want to be the only one. He ends up screwing over Brian multiple times over the course of the episode. Look, I know Brian's not a good character, far from it, but the way Peter treats Brian in this episode is just disgusting. Like, he literally saves the turkey instead of his best friend. A pretty bland episode with a dickish character. A stupid episode. Peter tries to get Jesus to lose his virginity. It reminds me of another episode that they've already done. I hate this episode, ergo, I am not jumping into it. Stewie and Brian decide to take Chris back through history in order to help him pass his history test because he's flunking. I actually don't hate this episode. I thought this episode was pretty decent. We actually see Chris, Brian, and Stewie interact. And lately they've been doing that a lot in the later seasons, having these three characters interact in the show. I did like this episode. It's a good one. After flunking the SAT because he was taking his place for Meg, Brian realizes that he's not as smart as he seems to be. Yeah, took you this long to figure it out, huh? So he and Peter decide to team up, and Peter decides to teach him the wonders of being an idiot. This is another basic episode, and it's just as formulaic and predictable. And you can pretty much tell where the story is going just by telling you that synopsis. Meg becomes a foot fetish model. That's lovely. And Stewie decides to leave daycare so that he can find himself. They end up going to those... I forgot what it was. It's kind of like Woodstock. They end up going there. Him and Brian. After seeing what Meg is doing, the family decide to be a family for once and they go save her. Seen this, read that, watched that, moving on. After committing statutory rape, Quagmire faces some serious charges, and as a result, he could go to jail. He could go to prison. Yes, have his ass sent to prison. But it turns out that his cocksucking mom comes out of nowhere, basically telling people, you gotta forgive Quagmire. It was my poor parenting skills. So we're gonna forget the fact that he committed statutory? We're gonna forget that? Alright, fine. I hate this because the status quo was even worse here. This is a man who committed statutory. He shouldn't immediately get a hand on the back just because his mom blew the judge. There was a problem with Peter and the guys start doing detective agency, but it slowly goes nowhere. After Chris' plot starts, the plot is about Chris having a relationship with his doll, and it turns out to be better than Peter and Lois's marriage. That whole detective agency doesn't even have an impact on the rest of the plot. It was just filler throughout like half of it. And then eventually Lois becomes jealous of the doll. So she decides to kill the doll like it's a person. What are you guys smoking? Please tell me what you're smoking, because I would like a hit of that myself. I hate this episode. I hate this episode. I hate this episode. Stewie and Brian's relationship starts to fall apart. He decides that they need to make babies in order to fix the relationship. Oh my god. Stewie, you're not that stupid. What the hell are you doing? I can't deal with this anymore. The side plot involves Peter and his friends trying to make a viral video. The second plot is not interesting and it doesn't go anywhere. The main plot is disgusting and gross and stupid, and it wouldn't make sense. Not only that, but we have a bunch of jokes repeating each other. For example, Brian tries to force a miscarriage, and Stewie forgetting the fact that he's a baby. I fucking hate you, Seth, you fucking asshole. I'm done with this. Moving on. Cleveland becomes a therapist, and he gives marriage advice to Lois, which pisses off Peter because, he doesn't like that. And there's a side plot of Quagmire telling Meg to work at the airport security line. Another episode I don't care much for because it doesn't hold much water because of status quo. Let's continue. This episode is about Joe wanting to kill himself because he feels like his life is pointless. Wow. Another character that's ruined for the sake of plot. And here's the thing, the cutaway gags, oh my god. This plot doesn't even start because half of the cutaway gags are ruining it. Brian bites Peter. Because of that, he tried giving him his medicine because they ended up going to the vet, and it turns out that he has a stomach virus, Brian. So he tries to give him his medicine, and he starts acting like a real douchebag. That is until he starts becoming more submissive after going to an obedience school. There's a side plot of Chris's new friend having a crush on Meg. I'm gonna spoil it for you. You know that idiot Neil? Yeah, that's Chris's new friend. They really misadvertised us. We thought there was going to be a new character taking an interest in Meg, but no, it's the same character that's been in there for 13 years. Fuck you for misadvertising us, you fucking assholes. After getting roasted by his friends and family, Peter starts hanging out with the mean girls. You know what? I'm ranking this episode lower because it's an exact ripoff of American Dad's. It's called Greater Space Roaster. After getting roasted by his family, Roger decides to kill the entire family. Family Guy is running so low on ideas that they're copying their infinitely more successful show as a result. In this episode, Peter goes on in his drunken rants saying that he can beat Liam Neeson's ass, while the second plot is focused on Lois as she decides to be a class mom to keep an eye on Stewie. The second plot's not that interesting, and it's not worth talking about. But the main plot is stupid, and it's filled with nothing but filler. That is until he actually fights him, in which Liam Neeson actually kicks Peter's ass quite a bit. Hey Liam, I want you to fight me, because I don't think you got the balls to fight me. Lois decides to take a book for a couple's vacation so that she and Peter can focus on their marriage. Like I haven't seen that one before. Where they ended up going to a marriage counseling in this season and a few seasons earlier. While the second plot is focused on Carter taking away the kids' electronics. This plot is so generic. The second plot is generic and the main plot is generic. I mean, they try mixing it up by having different members go out with different characters, but even then, I've seen this plot done before. Another generic season, another boring, bland season with nothing to offer, no good episodes that managed to make it over an 8, and overall, I'm tired. I want to watch My Little Pony. I'm tired of this shit. Look, I'll be a brony right now as long as I don't have to watch another fucking cutaway gag. Okay, we're on season 14. Alright, let's jump into it. Stewie ends up getting placed on Adderall because of his hyperactive nature, which prompts Brian to use Adderall, and as a result, Peter and Quagmire decide to have their own cooking show and rival each other. The second plot is a lot similar to the episode where Peter and Lois team up to make a cookie shop. Remember that episode? The main plot is focused on Brian instead of Stewie. And fucking Brian is making his own little shit that's supposed to be like Game of Thrones or something. I don't know. Joe swaps places with Peter because he doesn't want his dad to realize that he's a cripple. There's a side plot of Stewie realizing that he's not going to be tall, so he ends up hanging out with Tiny Tom Cruise, who ends up becoming a recurring character. Okay, this whole thing is stupid. It reminds me a lot of the plot from American Dad where there's this guy named Terry who's gay, and he doesn't want to admit to his father that he's gay. So, we're recycling episodes now, huh? You're just copying from an infinitely more popular show. It's like, fuck the creativity. I just want to copy from another show. It's a lot more easier than actually putting in effort. Stewie ends up making a robot friend, and with Lois and Peter, they end up getting their own mattress. The plots are so bare bones. Even with Stewie's plot, it's pretty predictable. He doesn't have the ability to make friends, so he ends up building himself friends, and then the friends end up being much smarter than him, so as a result, he ends up taking himself to the toilet. Really, literally, he ends up doing that. The second plot is stupid and boring, and I don't even remember it that well. For this episode, the guys actually try writing their own horror stories, and there's a side plot of Stewie being annoyed by Brian's pretentious ego. I mean, him wearing glasses. I actually did like this episode because we actually see a lot more horror in this one. Yeah, it's not anything special, and it's certainly not anything good, but I'll give credit to what they're doing. Peter and Brian tried making Chris's life much more better, and tried to help him prepare for his future. Basically, Brian corrupts Chris into thinking that he's smart when he's actually not, that kind of storyline. But I'll say it's heartwarming that Peter actually cares about Chris's future, because that's nice, I guess. Because he ended up watching a VCR of him as a youngling, so yeah, that's nice. It's Thanksgiving and Peter's sister drops by, and she basically embarrasses Peter to the point where it's similar to how Peter treats Meg. Another problem with this one? It was never fucking hinted in the earlier seasons that he had a sister. Not one instance did it show him having a sister. So, what do we call this? An ass pull. Where Meg actually stands up for her father and actually helps him in his time of need when Peter was about to die, and he says that Stewie will take over the show. I do like it. And they actually give an explanation to why Peter bullies his daughter, but that's still not an excuse. So we have this overdrawn plot of Peter fucking with a toothpick before we actually get to the main plot. Quagmire reveals to his mom that he loves Lois. He's been in love with Lois for years. While not knowing it, he accidentally pocket dialed Peter. That's not how phones work. You can't pocket dial. For God's sake, he has an Apple phone. Apple phones tend to lock, and you gotta have your thumbprint on the scanner for the phone to open. So this whole thing doesn't even make any sense. I'm not gonna waste my breath on this one. Alpha J did it better, so I'll link his video in the description, because he manages to tackle this whole thing way better than I can. I'm not wasting my single breath on this. After a bull won, Joe ends up becoming paralyzed from the neck down, and Bonnie wants to leave him. You see what I'm talking about by why I hate this bitch? And then there's a side plot of Brian hooking up with this girl, and it turns out that she has a boyfriend who is a Navy SEAL. And what's worse is that Brian doesn't choose to stop, and he instead decides to play as a regular dog. Like, what about your family, Brian? God, you're almost as worse as Roger when it turns out that Roger had multiple families he could go to.
Yeah, it's great. I just pretend to be their dog, and then when he leaves for work, I get to go to the pound, if you know what I mean.
God, Brian, you are such a scumbag.
And then it turns out that your little girlfriend ended up abandoning you. That's lovely, isn't it? Fuck you, Brian, you piece of shit. Because of a new watch group that Peter takes place in, he ends up getting arrested because he shot Cleveland Jr., and as a result, he gets charged with a hate crime. I can kind of see what they're trying to do. They're adding a little bit of commentary with this one, but what can I say? It's nothing special. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. And overall, just don't really care about this one. Because of this random show that was made 20 years ago starring Quagmire himself, they decided to go to Korea to watch the final episode. And Quagmire ends up liking this, because he ends up reconnecting with an old flame. He likes Korea. And the song that they made is, okay, I'll admit, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's insulting to Korea, but I like it. Sorry, Korea. After a commercial he's taken part in, Stewie ends up being in showbiz. The reason I hate this episode is because of Peter and Lois themselves. They're practically okay with giving their infant son cocaine so that he can improve his acting career. It reminds me a lot of Steroid when Peter gave Stewie drugs so that he can protect himself. It's the same thing, except what's worse is that in this episode, it's for their own selfish gain. Luckily, Brian does try to get Stewie to his senses, and he eventually has him just stop. And eventually, Peter and Lois come to their senses, but who fucking cares? You guys are terrible parents. You guys make Homer and Marge look better in comparison. Peter and Carter go to Africa to return money he lost to a Nigerian scammer, while Brian tries to hook up with Meg's friend. The main plot, I don't care about. The side plot, wow, Brian's a douchebag. Who really cares at this point? Moving on. Peter starts downloading apps, and after breaking his phone, he gives it to Chris, and as a result, he sends a eggplant pic to this girl randomly, and he gets painted as a scumbag for it, while Brian and Stewie enter tennis. I don't really know. I don't know about this one. What about the side plot? I found the side plot to being pretty enjoyable, I guess. After Peter destroys a local library because of his drinking habit, there ends up being a new drinking law that anyone under the age of 50 cannot drink. So as a result, Peter and his friends hang out with Brian because he's 53 in dog years. In fact, Quagmire should be able to drink because he's 61. Yeah, the plot is pretty predictable. They end up hanging out with Brian. Brian thinks that they're actually friends, and it turns out that Brian finds out the truth that they're just using him for liquor, and then eventually Brian gets framed as a result. He gets arrested, and then Peter tries to apologize. They get out of a life-threatening situation, and then they forgive each other. Done, done, and done. Moving on. Stewie ends up having a nightmare, so as a result, Brian decides to help him with that. There's a side plot of Peter and the guys hanging out in the attic until Lois can't take it anymore and she locks them in there. Believe it or not, I love this episode. Yeah, I like it. From season 14, they actually managed to make an episode that's good. That's a first. Well, not really a first, but I actually did like this one. I do like the main plot where it turns out that the reason why the monster was hunting Stewie was because his biggest fear is disappointing Brian. You shouldn't. This is the same dog that gave you herpes, man. You shouldn't care. Bonnie and Brian hook up. That's it. Joe decides to get back at him for it, and it's likable. I do like it. He deserves it. Then they run away together. I don't want to continue. There's a side plot of Meg and Chris stealing from elderly people. That's a pretty douchebaggy thing to do. So, Meg, Chris, and Brian and Bonnie are dickheads in this episode. They're unlikable. Lois works at the post office, and as a result, she starts to notice this letter. And she gives it to this woman named Gretchen, and it turns out that Peter sent this woman Gretchen a letter because he was having regrets about his marriage. So she comes back, which is weird because Peter never mentioned Gretchen in the earlier seasons. They didn't even show Gretchen in the earlier seasons. So what do we call this? A direct ass pull. That's just lovely, ain't it? Don't you just love ass pulls, everybody? Because I know I sure do. It ends with basically Gretchen coming to the conclusion that she needs to kill Lois. Luckily, Lois kills her and she never gets seen again. Moving on, who cares? They end up being together as a team. And it turns out that it was all okay because Lois had regrets of marrying Peter. After Tom gets kicked out of Channel 5 News, Peter tries his best to get him back on his feet, while Brian tries to pretend that he's rich by buying a ring to impress some woman. It reminds me of the last episode where Stewie pretends that he was rich in order to have some friends. Boring, boring, boring. Chris pretends like he's so powerful because he's prom king. So as a result, Stewie and Brian try to get him out of the habit because he's not really anything. He's a jackass. Who cares? There's a side plot of Cleveland hanging out with Jerome only because he's black. Seriously, that's what Jerome says. It's because he's black. Next one. These motherfuckers really thought they could put a fast one on me. I thought I was going to have a good episode, but nope. You fuckers really tried to pull a fast one on me. In this episode, Brian goes to India so he can track down the love of his life. Yeah. They disguise themselves as a Road 2 episode, but it's really just a generic episode of Brian trying to find love. That's wonderful, you manipulative mother... And there's a side plot of Peter interested in bingo. Like, there's a whole plot. I don't care. I'm glad this season's over. Moving on. I'm done. Wow, another season that ends up being bad. Who really thought this season was going to be good to an extent? There was a good episode in there, but other than that, all these other episodes suck. I'm just tired, man. I'm pretty much doing this with my eyes closed. See? I'm just trying to talk and sleep at the same time. I've seen people do that before. Anyway, here's my ranking. Chris starts to work for Mr. Quagmire as a scheduling man. There's a side plot of Brian and Stewie making their own band for children's parties, but it ends up getting ruined when Olivia, yeah, you remember her? I thought she died, but it turns out she came back. Comes back to ruin it. I actually did like the side plot where Brian and Stewie come up with their own band. Yeah, it's very predictable, and it's something that Peter and Lois and Peter and Quagmire did before them, but this one's a little bit way more funnier with some of the lyrics done. Brian and Stewie reunite with Frank Sinatra Jr., rest in peace, and they end up throwing in Indian restaurants while Chris becomes a pitcher. Yeah, there's a whole side plot where Chris becomes the pitcher, and because they don't want to lose any money, Quagmire, Cleveland, and Joe decide to break his arm. That's just lovely. Look at all these great characters. The main plot is pretty bland and boring and out of nowhere. It would have been interesting if there was another singing thing, but I guess not because, yeah, that would be rehashing the older episodes. But it's no different from the episode where Peter and Lois make their own cookie shop, so it's just repeating episodes at this point. Quagmire becomes a male stripper and then a male prostitute, and then Peter becomes a pimp. There's a side plot where Brian works for the 4th time in his life. He decides to work at a hardware store. Because he's so smug about it, Stewie decides to get him fired. And as a result, he ends up getting a hernia and Stewie has to fix him. Yeah, this episode is pretty bad because Peter again is being a dick to Quagmire by saying that he's the pimp and he's the bitch, like randomly out of nowhere. Instead of rehashing old episodes, this episode decides to focus on behind-the-scenes footage of Family Guy, how the episode is made, and where the plots go. Peter quits, and then eventually he comes back, but overall I enjoyed this one. It was a little fun, and it wasn't something that was rehashing old episodes and raping my childhood in front of my eyes. It's a good one. Peter becomes an Uber driver, while Taylor Swift decides to become Chris's homecoming date. Like, seriously, how many times have they done this? They've done the same plot of the homecoming prom or something. Have you guys noticed that? They've done it so many times over the course of the seasons. How's this episode? It's decent. They actually got Taylor Swift involved, so they should be happy for themselves. Well, Taylor Swift should be happy that she got onto an animated series, so... Lois decides to become a mouthpiece in this episode by saying that babies should not get their vaccinations. Because of this, Stewie runs away because everybody here is sick. Yeah, lovely mouthpiece. Lois ends up becoming just as stupid as Brian and just as controversial as Peter. Family Guy decides to retell classic novels like The Great Gatsby, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, and Of Mice and Men. We get some graphic imagery in these ones, so, yeah. In this one, Carter falls in love with Trisha Takanawa, which is stupid in itself because he has a wife. I'm pretty sure Babs will find out about this, but I guess not. There's this whole side plot of Stewie becoming Brian's driving instructor. Like, driving instructor for no reason. It comes way the hell out of nowhere. Why does the main plot feel so familiar? Because it reminds me of the time when Tom Tucker fell in love with Peter's mom. Season 5, Episode 2. Yeah, I'm going to keep doing that because you're not slick. None of you at Fox are slick. Oh, Disney at slick. You guys are not slick. I see you repeating episodes. I get that you're running out of steam, but for God's sake, tell a plot that doesn't recycle a lot of it. Like, come on now. Peter becomes Santa Claus for the mall, and then as a result, he becomes drunk with power, and he thinks he's the real Santa. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can see where this plot is going to go. It's one of those plots where Peter does something stupid, he gets drunk with power, until he finally gets put in his place. And the side plot is no different. Brian and Stewie crash a holiday party for the sake of free food and whatnot. Yeah, this episode is boring. Okay, so randomly out of nowhere, Peter starts to question Quagmire's piloting skills, which makes no sense because there are multiple episodes like Nightmare on Spooter Street, Season 9, Episode 4, where they've seen Quagmire fly a plane before. So what the hell? I get that the show doesn't have strong continuity, but the characters should know the most basic information. The plane ends up getting hijacked, so as a result, Quagmire needs to really prove himself. Bland and boring recyclative episode. Moving on. Spooner Street ends up having a new neighbor, so Peter ends up becoming friends with this guy named Gronk. There's a side plot of Brian and Stewie selling honey. This episode gave me a line that I constantly use when it turns out that Family Guy is still on the air. I say this exact same thing.
God, they're still going?
Yeah, I say that every single time the Simpsons or Family Guy continue to keep running. Oh, did you know that the Simpsons is going to keep going and not getting canned? Peter decides to become a DJ, and as a result, he ends up dropping Quagmire, Joe, and Cleveland. Typical dumbass Peter Griffin fashion. I'm not even shocked anymore. It's just becoming annoying and repetitive. So as a result, the dumbass ends up being Death. So there's a side plot of Brian moving into Stewie's room, which is pretty predictable on its own. Brian comes in, Stewie thinks it's going to be good, Brian ends up being a slob, and as a result, their friendship ends up being ruined. Predictable as hell. I've already seen this. Carter ends up being blind, so he uses Brian as his seeing eye dog. Joe, Quagmire, Cleveland, as well as Peter start playing the violin for business that they made. But the downside is Peter hasn't been practicing, so as a result they kick him out the group. Even though it was his idea in the first place. He ends up getting violin lessons from a character called Mr. Washi Washi. We've seen him before in the earlier seasons. I do like that Peter actually learned, but even then they're not doing this again, so what the hell does that matter? Quagmire ends up using Tinder, and as a result, he becomes addicted to the point where he cuts himself from social life. There's a side plot of Stewie wearing a back brace, because it turns out that he has scoliosis. But it gets so bad to the point where he decides to keep on wearing it, and his neck atrophies so much that his neck can no longer support his head. There's another song in here, but it's not really as memorable. So the episode itself is a pretty decent one, I guess. It's just characters doing stupid shit. Which is weird because Quagmire has done porn before, like online. It's not why is Tinder recently the thing he's recently discovered? Peter and Joe start becoming police officers together, and Stewie ends up getting a concussion just so he can prove that he's manly. Stewie, you're more manly than anybody in this goddamn family. Let's be real. The side plot of Peter and Joe becoming police officers is something we've already seen before, of Peter and Joe teaming up and then eventually falling out. I've seen this before. It's not even funny anymore. Meg ends up going in the roller derby, and Lois forces everybody to eat healthy, resulting in Peter doing the exact opposite. Yeah, something I've already seen before. When Lois looks out for Peter, he does the opposite. Peter joins a baseball team in Boston. Lois participates, and of course, she's good at it, resulting in Peter getting jealous. Why does that feel like a ripoff from Season 11, Episode 18 of Total Recall? It's a total ripoff. While they're away, Meg has to look after Stewie, and she actually stands her ground against him. Good for you, Meg, but then this results in Stewie leaving the house. And then Meg ends up apologizing to him, which sucks. Stewie and Brian decide to make their own B&B, and it ends up becoming a hotel. Peter ends up becoming a principal for no real reason. And Meg ends up taking advantage of his power so she can do whatever she wants against the bullies. If you want to deal with the bullies, Meg, just get Peter to bash her head against the wall. I mean, that's what he did last time when he cared about you. Oh, wait. That would be Peter if he's well written. He's not well written at all in season 10 and onward, obviously. Chris falls in love for the 7th time, except this time it's with an illegal immigrant. But she's the daughter of Casuela, so yeah. And then Isabel dumps her children onto Chris, so as a result they have to give them back. It's another Chris episode falling in love. I don't really give a shit about this anymore. There are 2 story trope plots and to keep on going. The typical cheating plot and the clone the main character multiple times plot. So yeah, Lois thinks Peter is cheating on her, but it turns out that he's donating sperm, and as a result, he gets met with multiple children. And there's this one guy named Lenny who ends up kissing Lois, so as a result, you got the cheating plot going down. It's a tropey ass episode. And it's not just me that notices that. It's also PhantomStrider. He even put this on his worst list. Season 15 is like all the others. It's not that interesting, the episodes are boring, and they pretty much leave me bored and not caring about what's going to happen. Let's see the rankings, and hopefully an episode actually makes it past a 6. Because the family, and by extension the crew, is so bitter about not winning an Emmy, they have a whole Emmy-winning episode. It's pretty much not worth a damn. This whole episode's not worth a damn. It's pointless. But I do remember the ending being pretty funny, because multiple people pretty much explained to the Family Guy crew why they can't win an Emmy. Because you're not good. The writing in each episode is repetitive as fuck, you're needlessly bloody and gory for the sake of it, and after 16 years, you've just lost relevancy. You're not popular anymore. Nobody cares about you. If you get taken off the air, people will be dancing over your fucking grave. Sorry, was I too dark? I felt like I was too dark. Peter ditches Quagmire, Joe, and Cleveland to hang out with a paramedic. This reminds me of the time when Cleveland dumped the guys to hang out with Jerome. Pretty much the same plot, honestly. Except it's with white people. So, yeah, that's a whole different plot. A new nanny looks over the kids, which gives Peter and Lois a chance to connect. The only thing I remember from this episode was Peter explaining the commentary they were making with their cutaway gag. Kind of defeats the purpose of it being commentary if you blatantly explain it, but I digress. I remember this moment where, in the nanny's plot, where Brian dies, he gets shoot right through the freaking chest, yet he still manages to live through that. I don't understand the show anymore. And the main plot with Lois and Peter is so bitter. They're bitter towards each other. They're so hateful towards each other. You can tell that the marriage is no longer there. The love is no longer there. And even when the kids ask how was their day, did they have a fun time, they outright say no. So it's obvious that this marriage is not gonna last anytime soon. It does exactly what the episode suggests. You follow the $1 bill that Carter gives to Chris. Then it is later given to Stewie, and then it was given to Peter. It's basically just following it around, I guess. I do find it mildly entertaining that we find out that Lois is actually friends with Ernie the Giant Chicken that Peter gets into a fight with. I actually found that to be pretty funny. Okay, I'll admit, this episode's good. Yeah, this episode is pretty good. The episode is parodying 3 different directors, Quentin Tarantino, Michael Bay, and Wes Anderson. That's the whole premise of the episode. After Peter gets fired, we end up going through different director styles. I really like this episode. It's very unique, especially with the cinematography, with the animation. It looks way better than any other Family Guy episode. So I give them credit for that. After he ends up putting a bad joke on Twitter, and as a result it's garnered a lot of traction because, that's how Twitter works, Brian's life as well as the family's life ends up being destroyed because of that. This pretty much leads to him getting kicked out the house, and I'm going to say it's decent. I know a lot of people say it's not good because South Park topped this way better, but at the same time, it's decent enough. It made decent commentary on how people making jokes can destroy their lives. After getting his ass kicked, Peter ends up hanging out with this random guy. I don't even remember his name. Brian ends up getting his 5th job in the series, and he works for a suicide hotline, kind of similar to what Lois did. Oh, it was a phone sex hotline, my fault. Boring episode with the main plot with Peter hanging out with this guy, and the side plot with Brian hanging out with this suicide hotline doesn't go anywhere. It's pretty boring as well. Meg ends up going to parties and drinking and having a good time, so as a result this causes her parents to worry. Wow, they're actually acting in character. That's so rare. There's a side plot of Brian and Stewie trying to bust the principal, Shepard, for murder, because Brian thought that he killed somebody, but it turns out he didn't. I do like the ending, and I find this episode decent enough. Yeah, you guys did a great job with this one. Peter is visited by the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future so that they can teach him the value of Christmas. It's just a parody of the Christmas Carol. They're even copying some elements from the earlier seasons. Because Peter blew off Lois to go play golf, he ends up going through some happy moments with Lois. This episode is the same thing, except a little different. But it's decent enough, so, Peter and Lois have to come clean up to Chris about this guy named Arthur Valentine, this fictional character they made up. There's also a side plot of Brian as he enters a dog show just so he can hang out with a female dog. I find this interesting. Didn't Brian say that dog shows were degrading? His words, not mine. Back in season 1, he didn't like working in a dog show because it was degrading towards dogs, and he would be stereotyping the good dog. Now he's just doing it for the sake of getting laid? Oh, I forget, this is the same Brian I used to love back in the earlier seasons, so his morals have gone out the window, so that's terrible. I found the main plot kind of heartwarming, where Peter and Lois actually care and confront Chris in a flashback. They're kind of acting like dicks, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, you take what you can get from the show. Brian kills Rupert, Stewie's toy. So Stewie goes on a journey to scatter Rupert's ashes. And there's a side plot of Peter not wanting to wash his hand because he shaked his hand with blueberry. This episode could have been groundbreaking. It could have been special. We could have seen a new leap for Stewie. But, turns out that Brian ended up buying him a new goddamn toy, and there goes the status quo's God. How am I supposed to care about any of these characters if they never go through any development? I don't remember much of this episode, but I was pretty disappointed. The premise is Stewie ends up going to a child therapist, and that's it really. 20 minutes, and there's nothing new about Stewie's character that we didn't already know. The only thing we know about this is that Stewie has this British accent that's obviously fake. I can see BoJack Horseman doing this because they're actually talented. Family Guy, it just can't. Whenever they tackle something, they feel the need to stretch it out to an extreme length. This episode is just retelling Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Winston. It's decent enough. I didn't really care much for it, but I'll give credit where credit is due. After they wear veteran hats around, they are accused of stolen valor, and as a result, they end up working for the Coast Guard, where everybody in that group, aside from Quagmire, is not taking it seriously. This is a moment to show how lazy the series has gotten. There's a group of people that plan to kill people for spring break, and it's literally just reusing the same dialogue over and over again.
Are we ready to attack? We are, and many people will die.
Oh my God!
Those evil frat boys are planning to kill Spring Break, and they only had time to record 2 lines of dialogue.
Are we ready to attack? We are, and many people will die.
After investing in stock markets, Stewie decides to teach Brian the ropes. There's another side plot where Peter, Quagmire, Joe, and Cleveland look after the bar while Joe roams away. Who cares? I don't care. Brian acts like a douchebag to Stewie and he thinks he can handle it, but he obviously can't. You got that plot line down, and that's about it. The side plot, I didn't even care that much for. So this episode is meant to be a celebration for Family Guy and the crew, and all these years they put into. They delusion themselves by thinking that they're the longest running primetime sitcom when it's obviously The Simpsons. It's obvious. Come on now. The episode itself is a decent one. They could have actually done a better job, but they didn't, so Brian and Stewie decide to switch bodies so that Stewie can change up his life a bit, but it doesn't work, so they try reversing back, but Peter and Chris end up into the mix, so as a result, this is a body switch episode, where everybody's bodies get switched. I will admit, it's pretty funny. This episode is pretty funny. It's one of those stereotypical episodes where characters end up in different bodies, but listen, you gotta take what you can get. I found this episode funny enough, it got a few chuckles out of me, and I was engaged. In this episode, Peter decides to hang out with a millennial, so he starts acting like a millennial himself. There's a moment where Peter vapes. Because it was rightfully called out for being a bunch of fucking pussies, and it's not even healthy for you. But anyway, Peter becomes a talk show host. That sounds familiar because they're just rehashing elements. But because of this, he ends up destroying the internet. As a result, he has to find a way to fix it. Again, that reminds me of an episode where he became a Nielsen family, and as a result, he had to fix television. These recyclements are becoming too abhorrent. After going for a swim, Quagmire accidentally gets his genitals bitten off by a shark. It pretty much leaves him depressed to the point where he tries to harm himself. There's a side plot of Stewie and Brian trying to track down Mort because of how profitable he is. For the main plot, I don't think Family Guy is able to tackle this seriously. Mainly because they just try doing it for the sake of shock value. It's not funny. Seeing Quagmire depressed to the point where he tries to harm himself is just not funny. Hate to break it to you. It's not funny when you guys do it. BoJack Horseman can handle it with much more sincerity and respect. You guys will do it for the sake of a goddamn gag. After getting fused together by a couch, I'm not kidding, this is the actual plot, it reminds me of that time he was stuck in his food truck because he ate so much. And after the accident where he almost gets killed, God visits Peter to tell him to stop being a piece of shit to his family. How many times are they going to keep doing this? Where Peter dies and he has to learn his lesson. They've done this so many times over the course of the series, it's just repetitive at this point. We all know Peter's going to be the same abusive asshole he's always been for the past 16 seasons. Yeah, hate to break it to you, that's just kind of how it is. That's kind of how Family Guy is going to stay.
All right, ready? All right, 1, 2, 3. Okay, all right. Easy,
okay.
easy.
All right.
Wait. Stop.
What?
No. Twist it.
I am.
No. Other way. You twisted
Which
it the
way?
wrong way.
What do you want me to do?
Just look down. All right, just look at me. Look what I'm doing.
Yeah.
All right, see the way I'm twisting it?
Yeah.
All right, turn it that way from your end.
Okay.
Okay. No. All right. You know what? All right. Just put it down. Put it down. Just drop it.
All right.
All right. Ready? All right. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Easy.
Okay. All right.
Easy. Whoa. Stop.
What?
No. Twist it.
I am.
Just look down. All right. Just look at me. Look what I'm doing. All right. See the way I'm twisting it?
Okay.
Okay. No. All right. You know what? All right. Just put it down. Put it down. Just drop it.
All right.
Drop it.
All right.
Yeah, another season that is boring and unengaging. This whole series is just not engaging anymore. I'm surprised fucking Ellis Mark managed to sit through all 30 seasons of The Simpsons.
because I guarantee The Simpsons got pretty boring at this point. With these Family Guy episodes, they don't have anything meaningful to say. And anything they do say, they've already done in previous episodes. Like, Peter needed to be a better father, or Brian and Stewie need to be better friends with each other. It's something we've already seen before. Here's the ranking scale.
Brian eventually starts hanging out and eventually marrying a woman that has cancer because she wants to scratch everything out on her bucket list before she perishes. And as a result, Brian gets a lot of attention. No, you fucking asshole. And when it's revealed that the woman is going to be okay, he ends up being horrified. God, the marriage ends up being just like Peter and Lois and Bonnie and Joe. The relationship ends up being completely toxic, eventually leading to Brian outright killing his own wife. Family Guy has always had this negative perception when it comes to marriage, but they don't really show the values of being in marriage. You can be happy with your significant other and you can lead to having a happy family. But given the fact that this is Family Guy and they don't tend to show the positive side of something, obviously that's asking a little bit too much from the cast and crew. After his wife survives, because she was choking to death on this I forgot what it was, nachos or something? I don't know. She was choking on nachos and she somehow survives, pretty much leading Brian to let himself go. He ends up injuring himself, so his wife has to take care of him, only to get him euthanized. I remember this episode purely because of this one single line by Brian. He says, quote, "Don't do this. If you do this, the internet will freak out," unquote. If you want further proof that Life of Brian is just a ratings trap, this right here pretty much shows it. They did it for a manipulative way. There's also a side plot of Stewie and Chris vaping. Hate to break it to you, but vaping is no longer popular anymore. You're 2 years too late. Apparently, Family Guy takes 10 months to make every episode of the series. Apparently. So, yeah, you guys can't talk about jack shit because it ends up going in the trash. Stewie actually makes a friend of someone his own age. Kind of reminds me of the episode Mr. and Mrs. Stewie, where Stewie gets a girlfriend. It's kind of similar, you know, kind of a reskin. Except here, it feels a little too forced. This character's name is Hudson, and he doesn't really leave that much of an impact. I mean, the only thing we know about him is that, yeah, he's just a regular old kid, and Brian, being the fucking douchebag, decides to, Stewie gets invited to a birthday party, right? So Brian decides to be a douchebag and dumps the birthday invitation that Stewie had because he was jealous. Brian, after everything you've done to Stewie over the course of 17 seasons, I don't fucking care. Stewie has the right to be happy with somebody else that didn't give him herpes. I'm sorry, I'm not letting that go. That's probably the shittiest thing Brian has ever done to Stewie. Giving his best friend a disease that's going to lead up to the part where he dies. So any bit of sympathy I may have had for Brian, it doesn't hold much water and I don't give a shit. You can get hit by a car, you piece of fucking garbage. What about the side plot? Okay, there's a side plot of this guy named Tony Robbins, who I think is a celebrity, I don't know, trying to help Peter by making him a better person. And I shit you not, there is a whole scene dedicated to Peter messing around with his booger. Nice filler. It could have been an interesting concept. We could have actually seen Peter grow and develop, but it doesn't matter because he ends up reverting back to the same bitter, alcoholic fat ass that he's been for the past 17 seasons. Okay. You guys did a good one with this one. So, because he was being teased about his weight, Stewie decides to shrink Brian down to teach him a lesson or two. And as a result, Brian ends up getting attacked by a rat, so Stewie has to go and save them. And when they end up going back to the shrinking machine, Brian accidentally pressed the tiny button, and as a result, they shrink down to microscopic size. Okay, I'm kind of a sucker for Brian and Stewie adventures, because when it comes to these adventures, they can do whatever the hell they want, with little to no restrictions, and they can have endless creativity. We see it. The backgrounds are lively, Like, look at this. It could reach Rick and Morty standards. Yeah, it looks that good. So this episode is a good one. Yeah, you guys caught me off guard with this one, but I'll give you credit. I'll give you a good tiny thumbs up. After Lois gets a gun from her father, she decides to dispose of it. And because she doesn't approve of guns. But that didn't stop you from Season 4, Episode 6, where you pretty much had no problem firing guns at each other. This woman's double standards, man. It's just so... So, as a result, she tried giving the gun back to Carter, but she ends up shooting him in the goddamn head. So, as a result, he has amnesia. Oh my god. An amnesia episode? Really? I thought we stopped doing those back in Season 8. And this is literally a reskin of that episode, where Peter gets his head punched out, and as a result, he has amnesia and he doesn't remember, and the family is forced to help him remember his past. So Lois tries to get Carter to remember. They end up spending time together, but then it doesn't mean jack shit when Babs, of all people, shoots him in the head at the end, just so he can revert back to normal. You see what I mean by these characters being toxic pieces of garbage? After Meg saves Stewie, he decides to help her out with her life, while there's a side plot of Chris attending a local school. The side plot is pretty boring, but the main plot, I actually do admit, is pretty heartwarming. After Stewie gets saved, he actually tries his best to help his sister, which is pretty nice. I mean, I know this doesn't mean much given the fact that this is modern Family Guy, but you gotta grab what you can get. And when Stewie actually tries helping out Meg, it seems genuine because Stewie is legitimately the only nice character in Family Guy. Yeah, he can kind of regress down to being a psychopath, but at the same time, he does have moments where he is genuinely the nicest character. So, for what it's worth, the main plot was actually pretty good and heartwarming, while the side plot wasn't really that memorable. I don't even remember jack shit of this one. So Meg joins an Olympic team. That's it. That's all you need to know. Anything interesting? Nope. Anything creative about this one? Nope. Just Meg joins an Olympic team. Stewie, Brian, and Quagmire tried to obtain the inheritance of Harris. I remember I watched this on PhantomStrider's video, and I decided to give it a watch, and yeah, it is another bad episode. Because we get more instances of characters being dicks. Brian, Stewie, and Quagmire are dickheads in this one because they're trying to get the inheritance off this old woman and really trying hard to get it as well, doing vile shit to do so. Like, God, it didn't even shock me at this point. These characters being dicks, it doesn't shock me. And they have this one gag where the characters will say this character's name and it's just a full image of them standing there waiting until the character is done saying it. Like, Family Guy has always had this habit of doing this, especially in the later seasons where the characters just kind of stand around waiting for the main character to finish. But for God's sake, it's more notable in this one. Look at the screen. Look at this. This is unacceptable. You're telling me you guys spend $2 million into this show and it looks like this. And yet you guys have the fucking audacity to make fun of Bob's Burgers. At least with that show, it's more charming to watch, and it's not crass and cruel. So don't get me started on that. So yeah, there's also a side plot of Herbert thinking that Peter is Chris's friend and he's a youngster because, you know, Herbert is a pedo. So that side plot's just as bad as the main one that I don't want to spend much time on because there's nothing really to talk about with this one. Because the goddamn cutaway gags keep fucking it up. After making Brian a mascot of the company, Peter starts to become overshadowed and as a result he becomes jealous. Yeah, a blatant ripoff of Peter's Lost Youth from season 15, episode 17. Seth, you're not slick anymore. I see through I see through the reskins, buddy boy. How about this? You give me this show and I will actually make it good. Cut the fucking cutaway gags, make these characters into what they once were, fix up the animation, and boom, your show can be a hit again. Just give the reins to me. I think I could do a better job than you. Yeah, you have more experience than me, sure, but it's clearly showing that you just don't care about the franchise anymore, and you're just doing whatever the fuck you want with the characters. After Peter's hair turns gray, he decides to work for the news and spread lies. I wonder if I've heard that before. Oh, Foxy Lady, when Lois ended up on Fox News and she ended up spreading lies. And also, Grind My Gears. Let's not forget that. Peter was on a TV show and he kept talking about things that grind his gears. You know what grinds my gears? You, Modern Family Guy. Fuck you. Because you know that only kids are watching your show. If adults were watching your show, bada bing, bada boom, we could easily count it out with no issue. The only reason I'm doing it is because nobody wants to watch your show anymore. Nobody. There's only a few people, but I'm the only person that's watching your show from beginning to end. What about the side plot? The side plot is focused on Brian and Stewie trying to improve Chris's sex life. I feel like that plot's similar too, when Peter and Brian tried to help out Chris's future. That's just lovely. I love to see the same goddamn plot. You guys are so great. What a bunch of talented writers. Fuck off. Yeah, I'm not going to spend that much time on this one. Yeah, it is literally the worst Family Guy episode because it relies so much on Trump jokes to the point where it doesn't even add anything meaningful. The only thing they talk about is how he groped a woman, and that's about it. Hate to break it to you, Family Guy, you're 2 years too late to the party. And you pretty much set the bar lower compared to what other shows have done. Like, there was that moment where Family Guy did this whole song with Donald Trump, and it was the most cringiest thing I have ever seen in my goddamn life. It wasn't funny, it was cringy, the animation was... That's how I felt watching that. So yeah, another anti-Trump episode. It's like they don't even add anything special, but the only thing they try to do is say how Family Guy is different from Donald Trump, saying that they're just an animated series and we can easily be ignored, and with Donald Trump, he's the president, so yeah, there's nothing... Like, who fucking cares anymore? Trump's at the White House now, so nobody cares about this fucking episode or the statement you're trying to make. You even say it yourself that you changed zero minds. And you also took another shot at Bob's Burgers in this one. Stop taking shots at shows that are more popular than you. South Park has the right to make fun of you because they're infinitely better than you. Your show is terrible now. So cut that shit out. So yeah, all the episode is basically just Trump joke after Trump joke after Trump joke. Wow, tiny hands. Wow, orange skin. Wow, he's not as rich. Wow, his daughter's just... Wow. That's so original, so creative, so much commentary. Fuck off. Another episode that deserves to get flushed down the toilet for its lack of creativity and lack of actual commentary. Brian ends up having a robotic version of himself because he ends up being depressed because he thinks nobody will remember him after he's gone. Yay! But Peter ends up opening a business as a massage parlor. Who cares about that? I've seen that before. Peter opens his fucking job, he opens up a business, and he ends up getting taken down. I don't care about that. The main plot is just Brian failing to realize how fucking horrible of a character he is. To the point where he ends up doing himself. I should be shocked, right? But just look, see this face? Do you see it? This is my not giving a fuck face, so I don't care anymore. I just don't fucking care anymore. Basically, Brian realizes that he's a terrible fucking character and he doesn't try to evolve from that, because he's the same piece of shit in the later seasons. Moving on. Peter decides to be identified as transgender after using a transgender bathroom. Hate to break it to you, South Park beat you to it. So, another episode that is pointless because other shows are doing it better than you. Moving on. Peter decides to lose some weight after he couldn't make it up a bunch of stairs. There's also a side plot of Brian reading a novel by Lois, and this leads him to believe that Lois is having an affair with another guy. But, okay, it starts out with him thinking, oh, these are the ways I can, impress Lois? Okay. But when it's actually revealed that she's hanging out with somebody else, not sleeping with the person, he decides, oh no, that's bad. It's okay for Lois to sleep with you, but if it's somebody else, oh, I gotta help. This is my best friend's wife. I gotta do something. I fucking hate you, Brian Griffin. I hope you fuck off to the sea of hell. Another terrible Brian episode. Moving on. Don't want to talk about this one. Even the main plot with Peter losing weight Doesn't matter, because Buddy Boy ends up being fat by the next episode. This is the 15th time the show has done this whole prom dance thing in Cinema Bob. This is the second child that Glenn Quagmire has over the course of the series. So, he finds out that this is his daughter. He tries to be a better father. Peter and Meg get thrown into the plot later. Another fucking generic episode that I don't want to talk much about. Moving on. Okay, so apparently this is the lowest rated episode in the series. Really. We had episodes where a dog gives a baby herpes. We have episode where a baby gives birth. We have episodes where they say it's okay to be in an abusive relationship, right? And then they backpedal on that. We have episodes where they pretty much add nothing to the commentary of Donald Trump. We have episodes that are worse than this one. And this is the episode where you guys essentially say, oh, this episode is horrible. Okay, so basically the Griffin family do a commentary track. And I'm going to be honest, I don't really hate it. I think it's decent. It makes for decent background noise with the family just adding their own spin. Like I don't really care about Family Guy side plots anymore. Like I don't even care about their plots. So this was a good change of pace. Kind of similar to Family Guy Behind the Studio, where they decided to not tell a generic ass story and instead focus on something else. So I didn't mind that episode as much. I don't know why it's the lowest rated episode, considering the fact that there are infinitely worse episodes compared to this one. It's not the worst episode, so change the number. There are worse episodes, like Brian giving his best friend herpes, or the show emotionally manipulating you into feeling bad for Brian after he got kicked off for one whole episode. Are you fucking kidding me? The main plot is focused on Lois helping Quagmire get into a middle-aged woman's pants. There's also a side plot of Stewie trying to find his big wheel and going to Trash Island with the help of Brian. Just Now I know what you're thinking. Christian, you're putting in a lot of less effort into this one. Well, given the fact that we're talking about Family Guy, why should I put in more effort into this one when they don't put effort into their entire fucking scripts and episodes? So don't give me that crap. Moving on. Okay, I just have one question. Why is Lois going to Joyce Kenny's show? Didn't she embarrass her by revealing that she was a porn star? Corn star. I'm screwed. Demonetized already. Anyway, so Lois ends up being a highly impressionable idiot as she ends up buying a book from Trisha Talkanawa, and she basically throws everything out because they don't kindle her, meaning they don't make her happy. So she ends up throwing Peter out, she throws Chris out, she throws Meg out, obviously, she throws Brian out, and she even throws Stewie out at one point. So, Lois is a bitch episode. How lovely. I mean, who fucking cares with this episode? It's basically just Lois being an impressionable cunt and literally taking everything too fucking far. We get a moment where it seems like she's jumping off the bridge. Yes! But then she ends up getting saved. Damn it! Sorry. I just don't like these characters anymore. Moving on. After going to a streaming convention, which is kind of like VidCon, Meg ends up getting a ton of followers because she got a simple shout out from Corey's World. Hate to break it to you, but it's really not that simple. You need to have your own channel and you need to be engaged in controversy if you really want to get the followers. Trust me, it's happened to me. But more importantly, you just need to have an account before you get a shout out. Like, you can't randomly just you can't get 1 million followers that quickly just by getting a simple shout out. That's not how it works. Family Guy doesn't know jack shit about the internet. So yeah, the plot is about Meg becoming a star and taking her YouTube channel so seriously to the point where it endangers her health. I'll give the episode credit it does that commentary because when it comes to us YouTubers, we tend to put a lot of effort into our channels, into our YouTube videos. More than others, but you get the premise. When you work so hard, eventually that shit weighs down on you because you have a lot of expectations that need to be met. So I give Family Guy credit that it did commentate on that. There's also a side plot of Brian owning a Hummer, and as a result he becomes a Hummer guy. Hate to break it to you, the earlier seasons made this joke a whole lot better, so having a whole plot dedicated to it is not funny and therefore not interesting. So fuck right off with that. After Adam West passes away, the voice actor, rest in peace Adam, But you didn't really have to work for this show because it's gone downhill. You could have left, but yeah. So Brian decides to rename James Woods High School after him. That's pretty nice. I give you credit for that. Yeah. As a loving memory. But the episode ends up getting ruined. Well, I'll talk about how this episode is a reskin. Season 4, episode 11, Peter got James Woods. Pretty much the same thing. Brian tries to change the school name, but except it's Quagmire that upstages him. So, we have another episode of Brian and Quagmire arguing with each other. Instead of actually paying a tribute to the actor who spent 17 seasons on your show, you decide to make it into another Brian and Quagmire, wow, they're no longer friends, they don't like each other episode. So I find that to be another disrespect. Like, actually do something that commemorates the character and the actor. Do something like that. Don't fucking devote the entire episode to, oh, Brian and Quagmire don't like each other. What will they do now that they're in this situation? Who cares? Who the fuck cares? Season 17, people. The family and the show and the creators don't give another single fuck about this series anymore. Moving on. Here's the ranking scale. I'm just sick and tired of this shit. Okay, how many seasons now? Wow, we're here. This is the home stretch. I'm almost free. Calm down, Christian. We're almost there. Okay. Let's talk about the first episode, shall we? So for this plot, the Griffins go on a cruise. What? You expect me to go deeper into it? What is there to say? The Griffins go on a cruise. There's a couple of jokes that aren't funny. There's a moment where the cruise ends up being the Titanic. Is that all you want? If you want to see just the Griffins on a cruise, that's pretty much all you need. Right there. Just the Griffins and friends on a cruise. I pretty much explained the plot synopsis to you. Moving on. We're not wasting any more time on this. Okay, this whole thing bothers me for a number of reasons. Why is Ida willing to hang out with Brian? These two have not interacted. Apart from some, there's never been full episodes involving these two. And didn't Ida find out that Brian threw up after finding out that she was transgendered? I'm pretty sure she wouldn't want to hang out with him. But no, she continues to say, how good of a guy Brian is. Brian, you're so wonderful. Consistency? What is that? So yeah, we have another episode where Brian ends up falling in love. It turns out that these two are going to get married. It doesn't matter because they don't. They end up separating because Quagmire doesn't like it one bit. They go back to the status quo. It's like, what the hell is the point anymore? Why should I feel any emotion or engagement into this show when they just go back to the status quo as God? The reason why I'll always like BoJack Horseman is because they don't immediately revert back to the status quo. They have these characters change, and at the end of the series, they go their own separate ways. They don't immediately go back to the reset button of, wow, BoJack needs to work on a novel, Diane helps him, and Princess Caroline is not married, and Todd is still living in the house with BoJack. They don't do that because that would undermine the development of everything they've been building up after 7 years. After their house gets destroyed by Stewie because he realizes that all of his awards are participation awards, they end up living at the Peterschmidts for a little bit. While there, Peter ends up realizing that Carter is cheating on Babs, so it's up to him to fix it. We have another one of these episodes. We've already seen these before. It's not even... Okay, here are the examples on screen, because there are so many episodes involving Carter breaking it up with Babs, or Babs breaking it up with Carter, and then Peter has to fix it up somehow. I've seen this plot multiple times. It's not original anymore. Because Disney bought Fox, a spoke salesman tries to get a reboot of Family Guy in multiple different ways. They try rebooting Family Guy because Disney has this family-friendly policy. Yeah, you guys aren't family-friendly because there are multiple instances where you guys have done pretty racial stuff. And you guys try covering it by saying that you're not racist. Sure, whatever you say. And them still having a big-ass empire that's buying out everything in the whole world. Well, except China. Yeah, you guys fucking lost with China. Fuck you. Anyway, how about the episode itself? I actually find it pretty creative. Like the different shows they come up with, whether a Lois spinoff, a Chris spinoff, or a teen drama spinoff. I actually did like it. It's not perfect. It's not groundbreaking, but I did like it for what it was. It was just its own little thing. So I give you credit for that one, guys. Good job on that. So another tiny little thumbs up. Quagmire ends up opening up his own cat cafe, which ends up pissing off Brian, so he decides to shut it down. It reminds me a lot of American Gigaloo, where Brian gets a job and Stewie tries to get him fired. I'm trying not to rage, guys. I'm really trying, but it gets frustrating with the constant recyclements. There's a side plot of the family going to a church camp, more specifically Lois, Chris, and Meg. It was a bland one, but at least we got to see these characters interact in not a toxic way. But overall, this episode is boring. And also there's a moment where Brian ends up protesting about this shit, and as a result, he ends up getting banned from all buildings because he is an animal after all. An episode that feels unnecessary, and it feels like it needs to retcon how Peter and Lois met and got married. This episode spoofs Friends for some reason, even though Friends isn't even on the air. Like, that's the thing I don't get. These shows end up making references to shows that have been off the air for decades now. So, spoofing Friends, huh? Yeah, you do realize your audience is kids, right? Kids aren't really gonna get what Friends are because they're too busy watching Rick and Morty, a show that's infinitely more successful than yours. Sucks, doesn't it? Anyway, episode sucks. Moving on. In order to celebrate Peter and Lois's marriage anniversary, they end up doing their own versions of love stories.
I'm so fucking bored!
Yep, I'm gonna keep playing my clip because I feel like I would just be wasting my fucking breath if I actually went into detail with each episode. I'm sorry. Like, at least with Ellis Mark, he had much more potential because the later seasons of The Simpsons actually try. Family Guy doesn't feel the need to try. So anytime an episode just kind of isn't worth for me because it ends up filling itself up with unnecessary cutaway gags or doesn't develop its plot in any way, I'm just gonna keep playing that clip because that's exactly how I feel about this episode and about this later series. Peter and the guys have this stupid idea. They have this idea that they decide to go to jail for Thanksgiving. These guys are really fucking stupid. It ends with the family breaking them out, so it doesn't matter. But it really goes to show how these characters are so fucking stupid. It really goes to show that Peter is no longer the caring character he once was, and he's just now an asshole that's willing to ditch his family on holidays. Ain't that just wonderful? These are the characters I've grown an attachment to. Yeah, look how fucking wasted it is. While meeting Santa, Meg has, I'll explain it the way Brian explains it. Santa made Meg's Little Mermaid Moana. Okay, that was a funny joke. I'll give it credit. And because of this whole thing, Stewie ends up being scared, and he ends up being scarred for life. But apparently he's scared because of Meg, because Meg ends up having her first, So the episode is just stupid. It's not funny. It's disgusting. It reminds me a lot of the episode where Meg fell in love with Tom Tucker. That's cringy in itself. And also, I'm pretty sure this is the first Moana that Meg has had because Meg managed to devour an entire hot dog pack. Yeah, we're just going to pretend that didn't happen. Lois decides to become a teacher at Adam West High School. This seems like a reskin of Season 5, Episode 6, Pick Up Your Ears. And there's this uncomfortable moment where Peter ends up taking his food into his, choking the chicken chamber, and he wants to think about Connie. I hate to break it to you, child grooming and child pedo is never funny. I don't feel the need to explain that because I thought that you guys would know. It's not funny and it's not a part of Peter's character. What is up with these random ass character changes? This has never been apparent at all in the earlier seasons. But I tend to forget, Family Guy is no longer well written, so they can do whatever the hell they want with the characters. So this is basically a Lois versus Connie episode where Connie ends up being a dick to Lois, Lois ends up getting Connie expelled, and Connie tries to get back at Lois. Even to the point where Connie fakes her own death and Lois ends up getting arrested because of this. This is the third time she's been arrested. So it's up to the family to find out what they're going to do. It leads to a bunch of unfunny jokes that I'm not going to talk about, but she ends up getting out of there anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. Moving on. Brian stops a burglar, and as a result, he becomes a local hero. And then he meets an old friend. And apparently, okay, you remember when it was revealed in Brian's backstory that he was actually a stray? Now, apparently, he had a friend back then. He had a friend that was also a stray. So this old friend tries to get back at Brian for leaving him on the sidewalk. Retcons and continuity. What is that? What do I say? The side plot is focused on Lois getting a pixie cut, and as a result, Peter tries to get her back for it. We have a basically never-ending feud of Lois and Peter, and for the most part, I actually found it to being pretty funny. This side plot I found funny. The main plot was boring as fuck, but the side plot I actually found pretty funny and decent. Because he ends up being grounded, Peter decides to build an underground tunnel because he had a secret credit card. That's it. This man has done worse things like abuse your kids, and you ground him because he had a secret credit card. I get money's a problem, and yeah, if I had a secret credit card stash, my parents would probably beat my ass as well. But this whole thing is just stupid. So we lead to a Peter being an idiot, he ends up doing something even more stupid, and then eventually he needs to get rescued. I don't care anymore, man. I just don't fucking care. We're moving on. We jump a few years into the future, and it's revealed that Stewie is rich and successful. And then the parasite Brian comes back to tell him that Peter is dying, so the whole family reunites one last time. You know what? I like this one too. Another decent one. Another tiny little thumbs up. It's a decent one. And it had a little joke that really made me chuckle a little bit. Where because Peter is old, he wants to do Surfing Bird, but because he's old, he ends up having the family do it for him. I found that to being a little bit funny. But it ends up being ruined when the family ends up being a bunch of dickheads again, and it's revealed that they faked Peter's death so that they could get Stewie's money. Yeah, anything for money, am I right? You just gotta make sure you get the dough. Who cares about manipulating your family members? The dough, the money, man, it's so important. I gotta spend it on my coke habit. But luckily, Stewie does get the family back and blows their asses out of the sky. But it turns out this was just a whole dream sequence. Lovely. After Peter kneels during the national anthem, he ends up being seen as a hero, especially by the black people, to the point where they parodied Black Panther. I'll give the episode credit. I did like it because especially Chadwick Boseman passed away back in 2020. So yeah, I'll give you another tiny little thumbs up just for that reference. But other than that, it leads to Peter thinking that he's a hero until eventually he gets called out for it. It reminds me a lot of when Peter went to the transgender bathroom, and as a result, everybody thought that he was transgendered, so he decides to take advantage of it. You see what I mean by the reskins? You see what I mean? Stewie decides to make a time machine that will make him smart forever, but he ends up being a baby as a result. Yeah, the whole plot is about Brian being a dick because he didn't lie. There was this whole murder mystery that the family was doing before this, and he decides to be a dick by saying that, Stewie, your intelligence level, it's not going to be anything in the future when you grow up because you're just going to be an idiot like Chris. And he decides to show a video of Chris solving a Rubik's Cube, but it's played in reverse. I have an issue with this because Brian wasn't around when Chris was a baby. So the whole plot is basically Brian showing how incompetent he is, and then eventually he apologizes to Stewie. So another bland episode that, I found decent. I found it pretty decent. It wasn't really that insulting towards me, and we actually see Brian get some karma for his actions. Yeah, I hate that dog. Who cares? Peter works from home, and Chris, Stewie, and Brian decide to make a fake Kickstarter so that they can pay the damage that they did at the electric store. How's this episode? Bland and generic. And play that clip for me.
I'm so fucking bored!
Peter ends up in a coma for the third time after going overboard listening to some music. And as a result, he ends up getting pissed off at his family because they tried to pull the plug on him. Trust me, if I were in their shoes, I'd do the exact same thing. Because you're terrible. And also, there's a segment where they really reuse the same animation that they did in the earlier season. Remember in that episode where Peter kept messing with that frog? They literally reused the exact same animation. I shit you not. Here's a clip of it. You see? You see what I mean? And they also quote, okay, remember how Peter ends up going into the bushes that even the Simpsons referenced? Yeah, they end up doing the same thing in this one. But what about the plot? The plot is stupid. We all know Peter is going to forgive the family. It's not much of a shock anymore. Who fucking cares about that? Who really cares? Meg ends up leaving the Griffins after somebody who took her ID died in a car crash. So as a result, she has a fresh new start. But she ends up going back to the Griffins. God damn it. And then, instead of feeling happy that his sister's alive, Chris decides to have her locked up and kidnapped in an abandoned warehouse because he's too popular. Do you see what I mean with these characters being horrible people? And it reminds me a lot of Married with Cancer when Brian was getting so much popularity and then he ends up being horrified when he finds out that the person he's marrying is going to be okay. The reskins are so obvious. So yeah, this episode had the potential to give Meg a normal life, but for some reason she ends up reminiscing on the Griffin household even though they've been abusing her for 18 seasons up to this point. They don't take her seriously, they constantly abuse her, so why would you go back to the family that's treated you like garbage? Meg, you had a chance to leave. You could have been happy, but you went back. Listen, you made Brian leave the family for a couple of episodes. You could have done the same thing with Meg. You could have given her a happy life, you fucking assholes. Another bad episode. If you leave an abusive relationship, don't go back to it. Please, I beg you, don't go back. It's just a simple retelling of Bible stories with Family Guy characters. Another decent one that, I wasn't insulted, and I was just bored. Oh my god, we're keeping these tropes alive. Okay, do you know the classic trope of the side character moving into the main character's house, so as a result the main character eventually ends up getting annoyed with the character, and then eventually they tell them to get the fuck out? Yeah, that's the same thing that's going on with this one. Principal Shepard ends up getting fired because of Lois, so Peter decides to invite him to their house, even though, why would you do that? It's a serious question. Why would you do that? Fuck it. Who really cares, right? So as a result, to get back at them, he decides to imprison them in their own basement. Okay, I know this is going to sound cruel, but if somebody you know is in a rough spot, just tell them to stay at your family's house. Don't tell them to stay at your house, because there's an advantage that they will lock you into your fucking basement. They'll get that chance. I guarantee. There's also a side plot of Brian suing Stewie because Stewie made a story on his likeness. Honestly, I'm happy for Stewie. Talk about your experiences with Brian. Talk about how this bastard gave you a disease. How about you talk about that? Talk about that. Talk about some of the horrible things that this piece of shit has done to you. Okay. Play that clip again.
I'm so fucking bored!
Yeah, exactly. Here's the ranking scale. Let's get on to the last season. I just want to be done with this show. Alright guys, one more season and we're completely done. All we have to do is just do a major little recap, just talk about how the show has grown and how it's decreased, and then you'll see my ranking scale, and then we're done. No more shitty episodes, no more shitty cutaway gags. Let's not waste time, let's just jump into this bad boy. Stewie ends up swearing in church, and Lois tries to find out who the swearer is, and when she finds out that it's herself, she decides to leave the family and go to a resort and fix herself up. And what do I think? I mean, it could have broke the mold, it could have broke the status quo, and therefore everybody could immediately understand Stewie.
But in the next episode, it turns out that nobody can understand him. He's just regressed down to being talking baby that nobody understands. So what the hell was the point? That his first word ended up being a swear and his second word ended up being mommy? What was the point? After realizing that Rupert belonged to Chris, Stewie starts to distance himself from him, eventually giving Rupert to Chris and becoming much more jealous as a result. What do I think of this episode? It's a bit hypocritical on Stewie's part because it turns out that Stewie had a blue bear. Yeah, remember that? Oscar. So he shouldn't be pissed just because Rupert belonged to Chris, because you had Oscar before. He was your quote-unquote first teddy bear. So what are you talking about, Stewie? Come on, man. What is this? After doing some random shenanigans, Peter ends up having his spine restored, and as a result, his true height is revealed. Apparently, he's way taller. Because he constantly keeps slouching, this is his true height. How wonderful. And there's a side plot of Chris and Stewie trying to nurse a squirrel back to health. Because, Peter had this thing where he kept fucking around with a chainsaw, and then eventually he harmed a squirrel. I hate this episode because of this one scene. You guys don't like seeing animals being injured and maimed? Skip to this time code. Other than that, let's just watch this pure horror. Yeah, gory and shocky for the sake of shock value. That's just, wow, that's so funny. So funny. The episode itself is boring. I mean, I did like the ending where Lois tells Peter off, but even then, it doesn't save the episode. It just ends up being a boring mess. Whenever Peter and Lois try to be intimate, they end up getting interrupted by Chris, Meg, Brian, and Stewie. So they end up going to Cutaway Land, and they spend more time there. But then they eventually get bored, so they decide to go back, but they can't, so they bring all the rest of the family members with them into Cutaway Land. I thought this episode was pretty creative, like the different cutaways, but again, yeah, I know some people won't like it, but I thought it was decent. It's not that bad. It's okay. Peter thinks that he's a godfather because Joe wanted him to be a godfather to Susie, which is weird because I thought Peter said he didn't care for the Godfather. So this whole episode is just a spoof of mafia movies. They even have this long-running gag of Brian constantly being killed by everybody. Okay, that's pretty funny. I thought that's pretty funny because it's to a character I don't give a fuck about. So you get a little tiny thumbs up. Other than that, the episode is bland. Meg ends up falling in love with Bruce, so she eventually decides to marry him. And Peter and Lois don't know how to handle it. There's a side plot of Peter getting his arms ripped off, and instead of just immediately fixing them back up, they end up small for the rest of the episode. I did like it because Lois and Peter actually accept Meg. They're like, okay, you can marry him. We don't mind. A tiny little thumbs up because they're actually acting in character and they're being happy for Meg. That's nice. Peter decides to look out for the late Adam West because he doesn't like the idea of Lois being made of Quahog. Weak. Brian becomes a journalist and finds out that the Pawtucket Pat was a racist and therefore the town ends up being divided. Weak. It reminds me a lot of what's going on in our modern day society. Whenever somebody gets exposed for doing something they did a long time ago, it ends up placing that person into question. I've seen that before. Lois ends up having a meltdown, so the family decide to make sure Christmas is saved, and they actually do a good job. But Lois ends up ruining it when they realize that they're having a good time without her. And the worst part is that she doesn't even bring back the Christmas presents or the decorations. She ends up being the Grinch of this episode. That's a total contrast because in the first episode of this Christmas, she was always the friendly one. She was always nice. She was always trying to make sure everything was balanced. Now, oh, she's a Grinch and she doesn't like that her family's spending time without her. That's wonderful. Another dickhead character. Moving on. The main plot is focused on Peter working at the hospital, and he ends up running into his friend Ernie the Giant Chicken who's sick, so he has to save him. Whatever. And there's a side plot of Brian thinking that he's a fucking cat. He's so goddamn stupid. You're not a cat, Brian. But it does lead to this one. Okay, that's pretty funny. But aside from that, Brian ends up bonding with his new girlfriend's son. You managed to do better with that kid than you did with Dylan. Peter, Quagmire, and Cleveland takes a joyride in Joe's new car. It reminds me of the time of when Chris and Meg took Peter's motorcycle for a swing. Also, Stewie took Brian's car for a swing. You see, I'm just mixing them all up together. It's just there. It's just there. Recyclement of recyclement of recyclement. What do I think of the episode itself? I don't really care anymore. Peter and Chris start spending time together, and they start making their own little business after going to a baseball game together. Stewie goes for plastic surgery. That's just wonderful. Another character I love being an idiot for the sake of plot. I didn't like this one. Out of all of them, this one is easily the weakest in the season. I just did not care for it. Stewie builds a Terminator resembling Peter to destroy Lois for making him eat broccoli. But it ends up going downhill when the Terminator tries to kill Stewie, and it turns out that Brian and Stewie's relationship ends up falling apart. I did like it, but at the same time, it does have a few things holding it back. We have this stupid side plot of Peter trying to touch this branch that doesn't go anywhere, and there's multiple jabs that they take of other shows. For example, there's a moment where Peter is naked and he says, "This isn't Big Mouth. You're not going to see it." There's another joke where they say, "That's not your normal time pad. Where'd you get that?" "I borrowed it from Rick and Morty. They've borrowed plenty from us." Couple of jabs that, it just rubbed me the wrong way. And the worst thing I've seen in this entire series, Brian and Stewie kiss. What is it with you fuckers and bestiality and pedophilia? What the fuck is this shit? You see this, right? It's not funny. God. Moving on. I don't want to stuck on this. Stewie decides to be in a marriage because he thinks marriage looks nice, so he gets his own wife. Stewie, you've experienced marriage before with Olivia. Don't you remember that? Oh, I guess not, because, why not? Who cares about this show anymore? Let's just do whatever the hell we want. And there's a side plot of Peter and Chris becoming addicted to free hotel breakfasts. They go to different hotels and they eat whatever they want. And then Brian ends up making the marriage for Stewie and this woman difficult because he ends up banging her. Classic Brian. He's Brian. I hate this. Because she feels like she's not appreciated by her family, Lois ends up being a fucking villain. And she tries to win best customer at her favorite coffee shop. Like, she does some pretty deplorable shit. Pretty deplorable shit that I can't even jump into. But she ends up being a psychopath in this episode. Which is weird because, well, Lois, you haven't been appreciated for 19 seasons. And I'm surprised that only now you start to go crazy. After discovering that there is a microchip implanted in him, Brian starts to realize that he would once live with another family. So as a result, he starts to become a dick to the Griffins. Classic Brian. What a fucking douchebag. Like, you should be grateful for the Griffins at all. Who cares about that other family? They ditched you. They didn't care about you. Like, he really ends up acting like a dick to the Griffins because of this. And sure, the Griffins weren't perfect. But you know what? They still cared about you and they still loved you. Yeah, there was that one time where they replaced you with another dog. But we don't talk about that moment. You should still be grateful for these fuckers bringing you into their house for 19 seasons. You fucking douchebag. And it happens like how it always happens. Brian lives with his new family. He's not really appreciated. Peter goes to save him. Blah, 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 blah. Status quo is God. I don't care. Show's over. Moving on. Season 19. Not that good of a season. What can I say? It's not that good of a season. What can I say? It's not good, not funny, the cutaway gags are boring, the stories are recyclative, and overall I just did not care that much for it. Family Guy was a great show. And as a matter of fact, I love this show. As I've said before, it's right up there with the classics I used to watch as a kid. It was funny, it had good stories, the gags hit every single time, the characters were well written, and overall, it was just one of those shows I would watch over and over again and never get sick and tired of. Modern Family Guy is the polar opposite of that. Every time I watch Modern Family Guy, I just feel like I want to stab myself in the chest because of how bad the show has gotten. The characters are meaner, the tone is way off, it's just cruel and mean-spirited for the sake of being cruel and mean-spirited. It's vulgar and disgusting, it's graphic as hell, and overall, it's just not funny anymore. And the stories end up recycling a lot of what they did in the earlier seasons, showing that the show is just tired. They want to end it, but they can't because Disney wants to keep milking it for all it's worth. Which is weird because Disney, you can shut down Blue Sky, but you won't cancel Family Guy? I don't know, I just feel like that's a little weird. Because Family Guy often goes against your family-friendly image. I don't know, just call me crazy. I don't know, it just seems that weird. But it's kind of a shame, really. It was painful in throughout the end, but the beginning was great. I remembered watching these episodes and I was laughing at every single joke, and the characters were great. The characters were funny, they were likable, they were cool. And now, Family Guy is just no longer the same show it once was. It's not funny, it's not entertaining, it's gross, it's disgusting, it's vulgar, it's graphic, it's boring, as I've said before. It's recycling old episodes to the point where they're recycling audio and recycling animation. That's how lazy they've become. They use clips from other shows to fill up their runtime. They constantly rely on the cutaway gags every single goddamn time. And you wonder why I don't delve in deep to the story. It's because the cutaway gags keep killing the time, and as a result, the story doesn't really progress. The story isn't really advanced. They're underdeveloped. And there are some people that take out the cutaway gags, and it turns out that the stories themselves don't even clock in at 9 minutes. It really is a shame. It's very sad. And I'm going to play this little barrage of people's thoughts on Family Guy because they managed to summarize it as best as I can.
Ultimately though, and I've been hinting at this throughout the entire video, but what I believe is ruining Family Guy is franchise fatigue. That they've run out of ideas and they don't know what to do with their characters. The same thing can be said about The Simpsons, SpongeBob, and The Fairly OddParent.
I know it's mostly just me, but I really do despise everything that has become of this show. Until I did the top 10 worst Family Guy episodes, I had no idea how much filth Modern Family Guy had spread, though the earlier episodes certainly had their gems. By the time we were at season 13, all the brightness, decency, and class this show might have once had was long gone.
Brian, why does everything you touch turn to garbage?
The well-paced stories, fun characters, lighthearted tone, and clever comedic writing have all been sucked out of the franchise, replaced with lazy animation, horribly paced plots, bastardized characters, excessive gross-out and gore, and pointless edgy shock value that adds nothing to the story. It used to be so great with all sorts of beloved episodes, and I regret never being able to appreciate that when I was younger. This show used to be so amazing, and seeing it devolve into such unrecognizable cancer is legitimately depressing. Rewatching earlier seasons of this show is like returning to the ruins of a childhood home that got burned to the ground. Now it's just a grotesque parody of its original concept.
Getting at here, South Park has a heart, and Family Guy has dollar signs in its eyes. And I hope Seth was happy, because the episode succeeded with it receiving pretty average ratings. Come on, if you're gonna have a ratings trap, at least make sure it was worth it. I doubt either him or the show as a whole will find its way back to its former glory, and who knows what other characters they'll have axed and replaced by then to try keep the show afloat. Can't wait for a cast of characters with the same tropes as the Griffin family but without any of the charm.
I've said this about Ed, Edd, and Eddy, that any good show running for roughly a decade is bound to have a few bad episodes. Family Guy, however, has had more than a couple. Like SpongeBob SquarePants, it's gone from being one of the most beloved television shows ever made to being one of the most annoying, offensive, sickening, and downright overstayed shows on television today.
And I get this question a lot. Did I ever think the show was good, or was there episodes that I like? You know what, quite frankly, I don't give a shit. Everything Family Guy has given me this decade makes it more than worth it to just wish the whole franchise away. So, to answer this question once and for all, no, I am not planning on doing an admirable animation of Family Guy. Not now, not in the past, not ever. Road to Rhode Island, PTV, all of the good episodes you could pull out of your ass aren't worth one of the episodes I reviewed.
It seems today that all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV.
But we're an ocean of fashion values on which we used to rely. Laugh and cry.
Everything better with two whips.
We're gonna be here for a while.
Wait, what?
Ready for action?
Do you have the whip?
Got it right here. Wait, what?
Yeah, it really is a shame to see what was one of the greatest shows of all time that could rival South Park and The Simpsons being regressed down into being one of the worst shows of the 2010 decade. And if it manages to last until 2030, then we've got a real problem on our hands. So, that's it, guys. We finally did it. We finally made it through. If you guys saw the video and if you've watched all the way through, I just want to say thank you. And I highly recommend you watch Ellis Mark's video first because that's what inspired this video to be made. Thank you for watching. Thanks for sticking through. And thanks for suffering with me because, God, this show just is so bad. If you guys like the video, please comment what you guys think. Where do you think that Family Guy went downhill? Do you think it was in the earlier seasons? Do you think the show has always been bad? Or do you think it was season 10 and onward? Tell me in the comment section below. And, don't forget to subscribe as well. Keep supporting me as much as you can. And, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for watching. Peace out, guys.
Want to have intercourse with you. Intercourse with you.